Thank you, Mayor. As you're well aware, we have one topic to discuss today, and just excited about this. A little bit of history here. Andy Anderson has been with the city for 10 months, and his department is just coming up on 5 months here, and I think everyone will be pretty excited to see the enormous amount of things that are going on in the city of Palm Bay. So what I do ask here is the slides. It's a lengthy presentation. We have lots of presenters. So what I do ask is that the Q&A session is after the event. So please, if they make reference, all the slides are numbered. Please make reference to what slide and what the question is, and now I will turn this over to Andy Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm really excited doing this presentation tonight. You know, you never know where you're at until you take a baseline and look at what's going on, and we have some really good information and really good programs and initiatives going on in the city of Palm Bay. We'll get right into it now. I apologize, we do have quite a bit of slides. I promise to have you out of here by midnight, so I think
It's okay. You'll be here alone.
Except for my wife now.
I'm back.
I wanted to start with this quote because it's really important to what I've noticed since I've been with the city. There is no limit to what can be accomplished if it doesn't matter to get the credit. And I got to tell you, from every department, from every public official, elected official, from the city manager's office, this economic development priority has been job number one. It's been all hands on deck. I mean, to the point where I have general labor workers walking up and saying, hey, my sister wants to open a restaurant in Melbourne. I want her to come Palm Bay. Can you give her a call? So everybody's involved. The mayor, I get called into his office weekly with an initiative, and same with Councilman Santiago and Councilman Holton. So everybody's doing what they can. When I first came on board in June, we did some economic health interviews to find out where we are and what the perception was and what was going on. We did these in June of 2015 with the city council and community stakeholders and businesses throughout the city. So we did a SWOT analysis to kind of find out where we're at. SWOT analysis, obviously, is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. Strengths, these are the top 5. I'm going to go through them pretty quick. Now, we have a business-friendly council and management willing to make changes. We have abundance of land and resources. We have skilled and fairly young workers to draw from in our city, and it's an affordable place to live. And of course, we never want to forget our utilities, that we have tons of water capacity to use over the next 20, 30 years. The weakness is we have a lack of retail and commercially zoned properties, the commercial zone that are known. And there's a false perception internally and externally of Palm Bay, and we have to fix that. Infrastructure, roads, obviously, you guys, I don't need to talk to this city council about roads. And lack of resources for going after the qualified targeted industries for the relocation or expansion. And to make the matters worse, as far as resources, we had a major decline in assessed property values from 08 to 15. Opportunities, obviously the new interchange in St. John's Heritage Parkway, our waterfront, bayfront opportunities are there. We have the ability to liquidate excess properties to get some resources and revenues for roads and hopefully economic development. We have the opportunity to market Palm Bay through major special events and get some earned media, and that'll be touched on later. Partnership with major developers, which we're doing quite a bit of. Threats is the infrastructure liability again, the millage rate, vacant commercial and retail areas, competition with outside jurisdictions. There's only a limited amount of businesses, big businesses seeking to relocate, and everybody's competing for them. And there was, I think it's starting to fix itself, a slow recovery of assessed property values. These are the industry targets that everybody said we want to go out and go after: life sciences, the medical research and development, medical birthing center that I don't know whose idea that was, but I think that was Councilman Bolton. Because nobody can be born in the city of Palm Bay, right? Not yet. Distribution centers, infotech, aviation, aerospace, and you can see the list there. So we had some people that were willing to come up and speak and talk about these right off the bat. I wanted people who believe in our strengths and opportunities that are acting now to get a chance. I don't think Fred Sutton made it. Mike is here. I don't know if Keith Williams made it either yet. But we'll let Mike go ahead because he's our most recent developer or investor in the city. Come on up, guys. And they'll be brief.
It's unexpected. Hi. Well, this was unexpected. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the great city of Palm Bay for everything that they've allowed us to do. It's been a very exciting time for us at LJM Holdings. I'd like to introduce one of the principals, Jeff Goldware. Lee Mayer was with us earlier, but had to get back to Orlando for meetings. As of today, LJM Holdings has invested over $12.5 million into the city of Palm Bay. We've got about 120 acres in Palm Bay under contract. And what we're really excited about is to reinvent this city with the help of the city council and bring this city into not the 21st century, but actually the 22nd century with technology, with a low footprint of environmental issues like bringing solar and reclaimed wood and things like that to this city. We're gearing it towards the millennials. We know that this city is a mecca for what it has. It's a bastion that has not been explored for the last 5 to 7 years. You've got such an opportunity here with the fact that you've got all these Fortune 100 and 500 companies here. And with the great city council you have and the mayor, I'd like to thank personally for your belief in what you see and the vision that you all have in the city. And after speaking to city council members and the mayor and what the belief is and what they want to see, we're all on the same page of what we want to bring to this great city. And we're very excited about what we're going to be doing over the next 5 to 10 years here. We had great meetings today alone with Oak Ridge Global Energy. Talks with them are to build them a brand new facility here in the great city of Palm Bay. A nice 500,000 square foot facility that can expand into 1 million square feet, which will bring in great revenue and jobs and keeping the American dream of manufacturing in this great country of ours. And having the fact that this is a company here alone that wants to bring back manufacturing to the United States, away from China, away from India, and bring it back to us. Here in the States, it's just a vision that we want to help. And by what we see in our vision of what we see for them and working with them to build what they want to build, we're going to keep them here and keep them excited about what they have. It's just a step. And we consider that a baby step of what we see here. With all the people that work in this great city, that others outside don't really realize it unless you come here. You don't really see what the opportunities are in Palm Bay. Palm Bay, to me, I consider it to be a desert. It's untouched pasture. And with the help of the city manager, Greg Links, who is phenomenal at his job, Mayor Capote, Councilman Santiago and Holton, and Stu Buchanan and James Marshall, who has really put this vision together, and Andy Anderson with his guidance. We see the vision, and we agree with what that vision is going to be. And there's a lot of great things that we're going to do with this great city to bring it forth and keep the employees here to spend their money in this city, which is the most important thing. Palm Bay is really, and I can tell this story, is 7 years ago I approached in this very similar chamber to City Hall with the old mayor discussing development. And at that point in time, it wasn't allowed because it wasn't really welcomed at that time. With what's here now, we've got a great city council that wants to develop and bring the city of Palm Bay up into the next pasture of where it should be. And this is really the last bastion in the state of Florida to build, where you can actually bring that feeling where everybody's going to be able to work, play, and enjoy life, build a family. And that's really what Palm Bay is. In the last 4 months, what I've experienced in this great city is that it's a family. Everybody here is a family. Everybody has the same vision and the same goal to bring that to this. We want to help veterans. We want to build for veterans. We want to help the city. We want to keep the employees that are coming here, the new employees, the old employees that have to travel miles just to come to work. We don't want them to do that anymore. We want them to see what we're building here, what the dream is, so they spend their money here, so they stay here, they raise their families here. We want Palm Bay to become that Mecca that people talk about. People talk about in the 50s, which was a great time to live. I'm not old enough to realize what that was, but reading historical books, you understand what that really was about. And that was about family. And what we forget about here in the United States is that family is the most important thing you can have. And what Palm Bay has allowed and what they're looking for is that bring those family values back in that core. And what we're looking to do at LJM Holdings is to bring back that family value. And because the infrastructure is already here, it makes our jobs easier to bring the people of Palm Bay what they're looking for. And I just want to say thanks, first of all, to you, Mayor, and to you, Greg, Trey, Commissioner Santiago. You've all taken the time and you brought us into your family and made us feel like we're part of your family. And that to us is very special. You don't find that every day. And the people of Palm Bay need to realize that this city has that vision where they want you to raise your kids. They want you to bring your family here. They want it to be home. You know, I've always believed growing up that home is where you live. And the people around you become your family. And if you can incorporate that, then it shouldn't be an issue. And we'd like to thank the city of Palm Bay and the people of Palm Bay now, before we start building, and just give you a free thanks, because what we're going to do is help the city grow and bring it into where it should be. And after the years of it being passed over and forgotten about, when we're done with the help of the city and what we want to do, is we're going to bring this into a forefront community and be the city that everybody in Florida looks at and respects. So I just want to say thank you for everything you guys have done and what we're going to do here. And I'm looking forward to our future with the city. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And just to mention, everybody knows what DR Warden does, what they're doing. And Fred Sutton, I was on with him on the phone at 6:30 this morning on a project that we're working on. Next, another institution that's put a lot of faith in the city of Palm Bay is FIT. So I'm going to let Rob come up and talk about what they're getting ready to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy. Thanks for the invitation. Thank you, Mayor, Council, Greg. Andy Anderson had asked me to come and give a briefing to the council, talk a little bit about the international work that we're doing and that we had the council support on, as well as the Center for Advanced Manufacturing and Innovation Design that we're putting in Palm Bay in one of the old Intersil buildings down at the end of Palm Bay Road. And instead of me talking about the CAMIT as we talk about it, I brought the executive director with me, Dr. Michael Greaves, who is in town and available, and I really wanted you to hear directly from him. We're very lucky to have him. He literally wrote the book on next generation digital manufacturing, and Florida Tech takes that very seriously, and so we have the best, and we're very lucky to have him. I'll go through this pretty quick. Just a reminder of the Florida Institute of Technology. We were still known as the Night School for Missilemen. We were founded in '58, same time as Cape Canaveral. Started out with master's and PhD programs, moved into undergraduate. We have 5 colleges. about 9,000 students that we have on campus and through our extended and online programs, and our reach is around the country and around the world. 184 degree programs, master's degrees, doctoral degrees. Our most recent one is a doctorate in business administration. Your friendly neighborhood, high-tech, Tier 1 research university is right here in your backyard. We compete globally. We're ranked by the Times of Higher Education in London as one of the top 200 universities in the world. Our strengths are that we're private, we're nimble, and we're a very hands-on university. And you're going to see some of that as Dr. Greaves talks about what we're bringing to Palm Bay over the next couple of years. Going on to international, what that last bullet touched on was that we have the #1 ranked international experience of any college campus in the United States. About a third of our students are internationally based, come from 120 different countries, which is really important as you talk about globalization. You have to talk about working on teams from folks all over the world. And in many respects, a lot of folks from a lot of other colleges have to go outside of their school and outside of their state, outside of the country to get that experience. But they can experience that right at Florida Tech. Some examples of that in our commitment to international work is that I was on the international task force for the Central Florida Partnership. And we have come up with a direction which is available through the mayor's office and certainly through us about the region in Central Florida, about how we can be more competitive from our region with Orlando and as opposed to other parts of the country and other parts of the world. And actually, Mayor also was there at this event where we unveiled that international blueprint for the region and spoke very forcefully about Palm Bay. And so it was really good being, I didn't have to follow the mayor, which was good. And so leading on to an example of our work and our partnership, and economic development being a team sport as it is, the city called me and said, we have the Taiwanese delegation that's coming into town, Barbara. Thank you very much for helping to put that together.
Wow.
And
Because this is being recorded,
Yep.
we need you at the mic.
oh, sorry. And thank you very much for putting that together. And so we were able to take the Taiwanese delegation. They're based in Miami, and they're representatives to the Taiwanese government. And they came up to Palm Bay. They had a meeting here with presentations by economic development, by Andy, by the city. Economic Development Commission was there. And then I had the opportunity, we had the opportunity as Florida Tech to invite them onto campus and have them meet with our incoming president, Dr. McKay, and walk the Director General Wong through our Harris Senior Design Center. And again, going back to that hands-on experience that we have for our students, it's a new center on campus where our students work together in interdisciplinary teams on a variety of different research projects, engineering projects. Once they, and it's a requirement for graduation, we actually have that coming up this next weekend for those that are interested in coming on campus on Saturday. So the event was very well attended. We ended up at the CAMID down in Palm Bay, where Larson Motorsports hosted them for a tour of their student facilities that they work with us in coordination. I think it was very well received. Thank you very much for including us in that tour. A reminder of some of the facilities that Florida Tech does have in Palm Bay. We have our River's Edge facility on US 1 that is home to our online and extended learning programs. Panther Bay is off of Palm Bay Road, which is part of our residence programs for our students. And then we have our CAMID facility, which is right across the street from the new Harris Technology Center. And with that, I'll bring up Dr. Greaves, and he can give you a sense of who he is and what we're planning to do in the city over the next couple of years, and the caliber of talent that we intend to bring here, the caliber of the companies we intend to have coming in and out of here, and putting really this area of Florida on the map worldwide when it comes to advanced manufacturing. So with that, Dr. Greaves.
Thank you, Rob. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. So I think we have an interesting opportunity ahead of us, and shows just a little bit of my background is I am a serial entrepreneur. Stopped me before I started another company. But I went back and got my doctorate by age 50 and got into the academic area, and I've been with the University of Michigan and Purdue. But the reason I'm down here is Florida Tech is a really unique institution in that it basically merges the things we do in academia with actual industry application. And so we have a real interesting opportunity here, I think, to make a difference in terms of how we look at manufacturing and the design for manufacturing in the U.S. And so the problem is that the priority for both government and businesses are education and the development of skills. So we can talk all we want about, we want the millennials here, and we have a workforce that is older and experienced, for example, at the Cape, but how do we, in essence, bring them into 21st century manufacturing? And so my personal belief, and I think it's been borne out by my travels around the world, is we're not going to work harder and we're not going to work longer, we're going to have to work smarter. So how do we do that with respect to applying the technology that the millennials are growing up with, but the older workers are not equipped to do? And so what we're talking about is not a building that we basically are going to populate with some things. We're talking about building an ecosystem that's going to basically combine our major organizations, our small to medium manufacturers who I'm the most concerned about making this transition from 20th century to 21st century manufacturing, our students, our professors, and all the people that are in the community that are interested in being able to do that. So our focus is, and the reason that the EDEA has invested in us is basically we have a different model of how we're looking at manufacturing. So literally it is 21st century manufacturing, which is different than the 20th century. So I do remember the 1950s. And we're in a real different era than we have been before. So our mission is to create a product research, design, engineering, and manufacturing collaborative environment to enable students and companies alike to gain a competitive advantage in the global marketplace. So I think we really can bring manufacturing back to the U.S. if we approach this differently. We're not going to compete on wage rates. We're not going to compete even on worker performance, but we can compete in terms of applying technology to the way we approach both design and manufacturing. And we have companies here that are big believers in it because this is one of the richer areas in terms of design engineering with respect to our aerospace business and even other industries. So what we want to do is to create a leading edge resource in Palm Bay for the 21st century manufacturing. And as I said, we're going to create an ecosystem here. But the key here is fostering innovation. And it's easy to talk about innovation, but it's tougher to do if you don't provide the right environment and capabilities for doing that. So we're going to basically be able to allow companies to kind of create projects from large organizations to their smaller supply chains to the students and the faculty and engage them on interesting and new projects. So as I said, I'm less concerned about the larger corporations because they basically have the money and resources to fund these sorts of things. But what happens with our small to medium manufacturers? I have to come up with a better analogy, but what we really need is a halfway house that basically will transition the small to medium manufacturers from the 20th century build to print to basically being able to do digital design and actually print in 3D their products. And so we wanted to work on providing that tailored workforce development with this partnership and give the skills necessary. The younger generation can take this pretty easily, but they need the technology available to them. The older generation need not only the technology, but make themselves comfortable and give them the skill sets. They're smart people, they can learn this, it's not that difficult. I had my 5-year-old grandchild in here and she showed me some cool things that she does with an iPad. So you can learn, okay? So our initial objectives, we were going to obtain a 1.4 million EDA grant. We did that. That's quite a feat. Prying money out of the U.S. government is always an interesting task, but they gave it, and we killed a bunch of trees to be able to do that. We're engaged in building out the physical plant facilities. I was in a meeting to do that this morning. We're engaging professors, students, and staff with an interest in CAMIT, and what I'll talk about is a digital twin. So CAMIT is really two pieces. There's CAMIT, our building, which is the facility we're going to have, but there's CAMIT, the project, which is basically this capability that we're already engaged with doing today. We're identifying and engaging interesting stakeholders in the community, industry, and government. We have a number of them. I'm a consultant to NASA, among other things, and we have some very interested projects in what's called materials, structures, and advanced manufacturing, and we're bringing some projects here. And then we're creating an industry advisory board because our focus is we want to do things that are useful to doing this goal as opposed to just doing interesting things. So unlike other universities, we're all about can it make a difference in terms of our value proposition. So the digital twin model is kind of interesting and something that I developed a long time ago. This is one of our NASA slides. But the idea that says, look, in the past we just had physical stuff, okay? We now have the ability to have the digital version of it. And in the past, we early on took a kind of drawing and we started to move around atoms, which is a very expensive proposition. What we're doing now is basically doing more things digitally. So the ideal is we basically design the product virtually, we test the product virtually, we manufacture the product virtually, we support the product virtually, and then only when we get it all right do we actually go out and move expensive atoms. What this does, it takes out huge amounts of cost, and there is very little oops after you've built the product and spent a lot of money on it and it doesn't work. And so doing this idea of digital capability is really changing how we basically look at products. I have a couple of students working on sort of value propositions, and if you look at what companies save in doing it, the numbers are staggering. I mean, multi-million-dollar investments that payback is in the next few months as they basically avoid mistakes and wasted resources. And there was an interesting article that cites our work in The Economist, and if that's available, you can look that up. It's an interesting two-page article and pretty easy to read. And so the focus is basically, it's not about technology, it's about people using technology. So I always start my slides with the whole idea of people. And so we've got to get the people equation right, we've got to get them educated and trained, and we've got to get them comfortable with this new technology. And I think that's a pretty good task for us to undertake, and we're already doing that. And as FIT, we have a lot of experience in educating students. Some of them don't want to be educated, but we educate all of them, all right? So the key here is this virtual to physical model. And so we're talking about these virtual reality things that is not only good for these sorts of products that you can get your hands on, but in a more global perspective, we can basically virtualize anything. This meeting room, an airplane, the roads and bridges in the area. And so I want to show kind of something that's possible. I was up in Detroit working with this company that does virtual reality. The one that they did was virtual Singapore. And I'll just show you kind of what's possible at the larger scale. So we can go from smaller scale stuff all the way on up to larger scale things. And this is basically Singapore as it actually exists. This is not an animation. This is, you could do the measurements here, and this is actually what Singapore is. So I'll let this play out. So you can fly around the city, you can identify areas, you can see what's available to build, you can look at specifications of different things. So rather than playing Call of Duty for 24 hours, what we want to do is have our students working on these kind of things to basically create virtual images of the various aspects. And by the way, we will be building a virtual reality center as part of Cabinet. So I think that will sort of be a showcase. While this is playing, I can say that we are going to be kind of unique, not only for the region, but this will be a national showcase. I mean, the work that we're doing here will put us on the map from the standpoint of doing things that no other locale is doing. You hear about Silicon Valley, nice place, a lot of strange people running around there. We're going to basically be able to rival them in terms of the kind of capability that really has application for manufacturing, not simply Googling things. And with that, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
One of the reasons I wanted to show that is, remember one of the slides about the false perceptions, everybody thinks, oh, the only thing in Palm Bay is hairs. Well, I think we have a gem in FIT in that, and we can really promote that through some of our marketing stuff that Karen will talk about later. The formation of the new Economic Development and External Affairs Department. I knew there was, there's been some questions out there on how did we do this. Well, after going through the interviews, it was very obvious that a city of our size needs an actual department, but we need a department that answers all those things that were in the SWOT analysis. And how do we do that? I've been fortunate to work with the EDC over the past several years as a county commissioner and got a real crash course on economic development. We thought things were going to be pretty tough in Brevard County in general. And one of the things I learned is it cannot just be some person sitting in a chair waiting for the phone to ring. You got to go out there and actively pursue projects and look for opportunities because everybody else is. So we wanted to create a highly skilled team to capitalize on Palm Bay's strengths and opportunities while mitigating the weaknesses and threats in a competitive economic development environment. Here's the organizational chart, and again, economic development is, and I think Rob said, a team sport. It's not just the mayor, although the mayor and council are a big part of it because it was your vision that led to this department, but it's everybody. It's the community leaders, it's the business owners, it's the city manager. I spend more time with Stu Buchanan than I do my wife. So it's everybody in every department. Our essential functions, I'm not going to read them all, but we recruit and try to help businesses. We manage projects. Greg from the EDC will talk about some of the projects that we've worked on, and I have some that we're working on. Marketing the city. I can't say enough on marketing. Companies don't know you exist if you don't tell them you exist. And marketing is huge. And of course, all the other stuff, surplus real estate property, you guys know that that's kind of an odd function we have. I introduced it to council, so I own it now, so I can't pass it off. I tried, but, and not that I'm complaining. Of course, we do, down at the bottom there, basically is a long explanation for legislative affairs, and I got to tell you that that's something that I'm pretty proud of. We, through the years, and having been in this community for a long time, and being in the positions I have I'm blessed with a lot of good contacts and networks. But one example that was just recent, there was an amendment to a growth management bill that would have basically destroyed an initiative that we want to do in the future, high-tech work. It was put on the last minute, went through House. I get a call from one of our outside counsel saying, hey, this thing's passed the House, it's dead. And we just started making phone calls, everybody. I don't know if I called Trey on that one, but I called everybody. I don't know, I was in panic mode. Within 24 hours, the Senate killed that piece of the bill, sent it back to the House, and we're not passing growth management bill until you take that piece out. That just shows you between, our Ron Book was marvelous. I called him, and he gets a lot of response from legislators up there, so that really helped. But it got killed within 24 hours, after it passed the House. So I'm proud of that function. And of course, this is our vision for our department, a business-friendly community with a great location on the East Coast of Florida, available workforce, business incentives, multimodal transportation connections, and affordable quality life will make Palm Bay the perfect place to grow your business. Here's a question. How much are the taxpayers investing in this new department? We're at less than a half cent on the entire city budget. And that's not including the DCRA, obviously, you guys know, they're a separate agency, so I can't include them in my numbers. I'll give you a perspective. That's the city budget, and we're that little sliver. So I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I think that's something we all should be proud of, that we operate economic development department with some very highly passionate people for a lot less than other cities. And that's what it looks like. That's our portion on the penny. Remember, this was all derived from the council adopted 2016 budget. The money that formed our department came from the existing city managers. Majority, there was a transfer from the approved growth management budget of $30,000. There was no money reallocated, transferred from reserves, so to speak, to form this. We did that with the budget you all had adopted, and that was kind of my charge. Go ahead, form a department, but we're not giving you any money. We did it, so I'm very proud of that. Our total budget is $613,000. It's another thing that you, the council, should be pretty proud of through the reorganization that you guys went through, and I know those were difficult decisions, but basically, this was fiscal year 2015 salaries for all the positions, mostly the city management. The public affairs person got moved from information technology, but they're in there. We created this whole new department, added 2 new positions, and still base salary were $15,000 less than the old budget. Combined with the BCRA, which has salary reductions and operational reductions, the entire economic development department was created with a savings in salary to the taxpayer for almost $60,000. This is my operational budget. It's not very big. We'll revisit this later. My thing I want to point out is these yellow lines that you see here, these are things that I'm obligated, or that we're either obligated or contractually obligated that I have to pay. So you can see most of my budget is already obligated, but we'll talk about that later. So we generate revenue. We're one of the few departments that do it. Real estate sales, $440,000. That actually is more. We just signed the documents on another one today. Special events revenues that Josh has done through vendors and sponsorships is $16,695. We've won, thanks to the help of the county mayor and Trey and James and everybody. They asked for 200. Somehow the state gave us 400,000. That's great legislative effort. So, interlocal agreement with the county. You guys are very familiar with that. The county is actually helping us with the veteran service. So the total new revenue to the city really is $886,000. So if you take what the cost of our department is and you take out the revenue, we have a net benefit to the city right now with a half year to go of $274,000. And I'm very proud of that, and the council should be proud of that. You guys preach fiscal conservatism, we showed it. I don't think I challenge any other city to pull that off. We're going to go into the economic indicators real quick. Just a real quick overview, Palm Bay snapshot. The median household income currently is $44,000, almost $45,000. Since the 14-15 year time frame, that's went up $3,884. That's a good sign. That's what you want to see. What I want to see is this number. The key to that number is 48,000. Always remember that's your keystone number. Because once you hit 48,000, then you can go to the large retail and restaurant, because they do income demographics. They'll draw circles, and they like to see 48,000. That's their magic number. And I think if we keep doing what we're doing and with the community, we'll hit 48,000 within the next 18 to 24 months. Population is going up. everything's on the increase. So all these numbers for us to say that we're recovering, they're going in the right direction. Are we completely out of where we were? No, but we're getting there pretty quickly. This is just a real quick snapshot of the employment sectors. The service sector, don't forget, is not just restaurant and retail. That also includes like engineering services. So you'll see that's pretty large, but that includes everything from the server at the restaurant up to the private engineering firm that's providing services, or the architect. What I'd like to see, and we all like to see, is this number continue to increase, the manufacturing. Unemployment. Unemployment is dropping steadily in the city of Palm Bay, and that's another good indicator. Here's really something that you always want to monitor. Well, it might be dropping, but how are you doing compared to the nation and the state of Florida? As you can see, we pretty much are at the national unemployment rate. We're parallel in Florida on down. And of course, everybody's goal is for this to cross below both of those lines. But this is a great sign that we are at the national unemployment rate. And I will turn it over and one of the things I always believe in when you do any kind of presentation and sitting in your seats, when staff gets up, I think it's important, and I've always thought this, that you have independent verification of the stuff that you're presenting. So I'll have the EDC give up and present that.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having us here today.
Now, you want me to go over
No, I can do it, I just didn't.
Can you see what button it is? There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, just stay on the right.
We'll spend a little time, I think most of you know who the EDC is, so this is mostly trying to get some of the, what we do, how we do it, why we're doing it, kind of thing. The overall goals of economic development are pretty clear. I mean, what you're really trying to do is expand the tax base, create, in our case, high-wage employment is really the focus, and the overall goal is to, increase the standard of living by doing both of the above. The way we do it at the EDC really comes down to 2 or 3 things. Relocation has been pretty successful, as you'll see. We have worked hard on the retention side, though that doesn't grab as much of the headlines, and we've had some opportunities in expansion. I think we've done pretty well there. The EDC also does some work on the policy development side, so it's a little tricky for us because we do get grant from the county, and we have every aerospace manufacturer in the world here, so some favor this. And we don't always agree on positions, so it's tricky for us, but we do have certain councils that get involved and work with our companies here to sort of develop a consensus and move some ideas forward. Lead generation is kind of an important function. Given the size of our budget, the EDC does not do as much traveling as many county organizations do. We don't go to quite as many shows. Aside from budget, I'm not so sure it necessarily works as well as people like to think. But we've been very fortunate. We've worked really hard to get the state to think of us in a more diverse way. I mean, they always think of this area for aerospace leads. I've taken our team to Enterprise Florida several times to try and get them to think about this area. In terms of other assets we have, I think we can compete at some level, with Tampa and other areas for back office and financial services and those kinds of things. It's a long-term process. We're starting to see more leads. But the state's probably our biggest single source of leads. Site selection firms often work through the state. Many of them contact the EDC. Sometimes it's prior relationships I may have had over the years, but some of them contact on a dual basis as a matter of the way they operate. We also get a lot of leads from local businesses and sometimes from cities, which I think leads me to the next slide about how we work with the cities. We have a great working relationship with Andy. He's a real go-getter, I think, as you all have determined by now. It is clearly a team sport. The EDC works closely with cities. We do handle leads differently, and I think this is good for everybody to know. I think that Andy appreciates it, but I think it's good to realize that we basically have two sources. So if the lead is a non-city source, if it comes from the state or referral or just however it comes to be, we try to figure out what the requirements are, and then we generally will put out a request for information, and it goes out to everybody. And then we take a look at the responses and submit the responses that make the best amount of sense. That defined not by our preferences, but what the client has defined as its preferences. But there are also leads that come from cities, and I think one of the things that it's important for the council to know, and I hope that Andy understands it, that when the lead comes from the city, the role of the EDC is somewhat different. We manage the project differently. I view it as our role is to try and find a way to make it work within the city, because you kind of own the lead, with the hope that if it gets to the point where we all agree that if for whatever reason it can't happen in Palm Bay, that we try and make it Brevard. If it's not Brevard, Florida, how that goes. So, but we do respect that, and I think it's an important thing that you understand it, and we certainly encourage you to reach out to the EDC, because we are really here to assist. This is kind of an idealized version of the way projects handle work. It doesn't really ever go quite as neatly. Sometimes it goes, back and forth, and sometimes it ends rather soon. But I think the first 4 or 5 steps are pretty consistent, and they're really important to understand. When the lead comes in, our biggest job, I think, at the EDC, my biggest job is to try and figure out the competitive framework. What is it going to take to win this deal? What are our assets? What gaps are they? Where else is the client looking? How will Texas respond? What do I think Tampa will put up? What are those kinds of things? And that competitive assessment is combined with identifying the needs of the company. We really do ask a lot of questions about what really drives the decision, and we try and listen to those things and not make assumptions about how the deal is going to be decided. And that leads to the formulation at some point of a deal architecture. And by that I mean sort of an approach to how we're going to pursue this, what we think the deal is worth incentive-wise. That, by the way, is really not a subjective decision. As I'll say in a later slide, I think it's important to realize that I don't care what your infrastructure is, I don't care how well you market. At the end of the day, this is a very, very competitive business. It's competitive within the state, it's competitive among states, and in many cases, we probably see at least 2-3 opportunities a year that really are internationally competitive. I think it's important to be aware of that. Anyway, so we do reach out to the communities. We try and get real estate input. We develop a formal proposal that goes to the client at some point. And sometimes it just ends there, but very often there's a resubmission and negotiation, and hopefully you get to announce a project. Sometimes projects change. Sometimes they take. The whole process can take 30 days. We've had some projects lag for as long as 2 years. So that's sort of how we go about doing things. I want to say a couple words about confidentiality, because I know that it can be somewhat of a lightning rod, and people wonder about it. I want to assure you that confidentiality is not an obsession of the EDC. Confidentiality is kind of a requirement to the process. The requirement is driven by companies who, for all kinds of reasons, some that I myself see as legitimate, some that I find myself scratching my head. The important point is they're the client, and it's important to them. It can be, probably the most frequent is that sometimes there's a project they're considering, but they haven't actually decided to do the project. Probably 15 or 20% of projects, it's not that we lose them or somebody else loses them, it's the company does the analysis, thinks about it, and doesn't do anything. So they certainly, until they decide they're definitely going to do something, they don't want their employees to know, they don't want them scrambling around looking for jobs. And then companies find things incredibly. I did a project once in a previous position with Google, and they were going to get a $5 million grant. And it was a pretty unrestricted grant, $5 million in cash. Do what you want, train your employees. And all they really had to do was list the employees, not their names, last 4 digits of Social Security number, the job position, software engineer level 1, and what they were going to pay. That's all they had to do, and they wouldn't do it. Because they considered all that stuff to absolutely be a part of their secret sauce and how they hire and how they manage the operation. It's hard to believe. So that's really what drives the confidentiality. Obviously, there's state statute, and clients understand that. We should understand, not just the city, but the EDC understands, that Florida's probably at a competitive disadvantage. The sunshine laws have virtues, but they have their challenges when you're trying to move in this arena. So we try and do the best we can. I sort of alluded to this. You know, incentives really do matter. They matter at several levels. You know, the state incentives are going to be the same regardless of location. Pretty much, what you're going to get in Brevard, you're going to get in Tampa. I like to think sometimes we can push and twist and turn, and maybe we get some stuff out of the, you know, at the margins out of the state. But at the end of the day, local communities play an important role. The county plays an important role. And that was always true. It's even more true given recent events with Enterprise Florida. As many of you know, the Department of Commerce has resigned, and the legislature didn't fund the governor's toolbox. I mean, I foresee a point in time when all that will come back. But it really kind of shifts the burden, you know, locally. We're going to be asked to do more. And I think we're still going to compete. We're going to compete in different ways. There's certain projects we're just not going to win. I'm not going to invest my time chasing something that I know, you know, is unwinnable. But, you know, we can operate without a deal closing fund. But it means we're going to have to rely more on not just creativity and coming up with competitive reasons to be here, but it's going to be more of a partnership between the county and the city than perhaps it's been in the past. In a more general sense, this is some of the relocations and expansions, you know, over the last 5 years and what the results were. Many are names you know. We were pleased to do the Harris deal twice, once 3 to 4 years ago, and of course they did the expansion. And I mean, you know, people think that that was kind of a natural. I really do think that in both cases Harris didn't want to leave Pompey. You know, sometimes our job is not about convincing somebody to do something as much as it is finding a way to enable them to do what they desire to do. You know, I think they wanted to stay in Pompey, but it was pretty clear in both instances, especially in the second, that without certain financial accommodations, we'll let it go at that, they were not going to stay in Pompey. If they couldn't afford to do it. That headquarters, you know, had to move. We got a lot of help from the state. We did our part locally. The city did its part, and obviously we both reaped the benefits of that one. IO Inc. was a project that we worked on a while back. That was in Palm Bay. I don't think there's anything else there. And AAR Heavy Illness Group, which was that's noble. We kind of forgot that, and that was, you know, an interesting one. That was a deal that we won. Then the airport piece obviously needed to be the airport, but there was some question about where the office piece was going to be, and we were able to get them to consider Pompey, and so that is still here today. And I understand they just renewed the lease, so they're going to hopefully be here for a while. One of the questions that comes up, I know that you guys are investors in EDC, but you don't, you know, fund this to the same extent as, you know, other sources. One of the questions that comes up, especially from the county commission, is the EDC really any good at what it does? You know, there's all this question about, you know, audits and performance audits. The fact of the matter is, I really don't know of any company that does performance audits on organizations like ours. Not routinely, not objectively. So in trying to answer the question, I did the most objective thing I could. I went to the state and I said, look, show me the results of all the projects. There's one incentive that if the project is worth talking about and it's in our wheelhouse, in other words, not a retail project, a qualified targeted industry incentive, where if it's a real project, it almost always gets that. So these are really QTI results, number of jobs announced, population, and the CapEx. And these figures come directly from the state. And of course they're flawed because there's deals that are in there that we announced that didn't go forward or didn't hit all the jobs, but that's probably equally true for all of us. But it is an objective way to compare who's doing what. And if you look at the raw numbers, Brevard is actually second in jobs announced, which to me is really unbelievable. And I think we're flat out first in CapEx over the period. Now, that's an interesting statistic, but when you realize that the size of your market dictates your success. You will get more jobs by accident in Tampa, just because it's 2.5 million people, than you're going to get a county that's 100,000. We're kind of a small to medium-sized county. So to give a measure of efficiency, I took the population, divided it by the number of jobs. And in that measure, you see the blue line is the new jobs, does really well. Tampa's second. And we're really outperforming Orange, Miami-Dade, which really, I don't know what more you could say. It's been a great partnership. We've had a lot of support from the cities in the county. We've had some good fortune. So I think we're doing really well, and I hope we'll continue to do so, even though the state's resources have changed. Really quickly, because I know you have a long program, there are other things we do besides business attraction, which I think, and retention, which I think are helpful to sort of building a successful economic development effort. I know the city of Palm Bay is certified in SNAP. Permitting comes up all the time. We had a client in today who, we had a kind of a local representative, but we had two senior executives who didn't really even know where Brevard County was. But they had heard the generally substantiated rumors that trying to get a development done, this is a build-to-suit project in Florida, is not easy. And so we had a lot to talk about. We talked about some of the things we did, with Northrop Grumman and Embraer, so there's some physical evidence. But SNAP came up, and it was really appreciated. So it's a good program for the city. It's definitely working for all of us. Made in Brevard, I think you've heard about it. I won't spend a lot of time. It helps celebrate manufacturing. Andy is right. If there's one sector you want to try and build, is manufacturing, because if there is a sector that typically will provide a wage that a family can sustain itself and benefits and everything else, it is manufacturing. So that's sort of an attempt to sort of celebrate that. Technology docking is something new. It's a partnership we have with NASA to try and bring NASA resources, not just locally, but throughout the system, to help companies solve problems. And we did an outreach, and we just did our first round. That's working out pretty well. Accelerate Brevard is an initiative to sort of support the innovation ecosystem that you heard FIT talk about. It clearly is a long-term commitment. FIT is doing some really great things, which we tried to sort of build a digital community corner that has resources. I encourage you to visit it. I think we have some work to do, but I think it is working. And Go Contracts is really designed to help smaller businesses, which is also the focus of the FIT initiative, do business with government. I think whether we like it or not, government spends, I've heard estimates as high as 70 cents of every dollar that is out there. So if you're a business and you're not figuring out how to do business with the government, federal, state, local, you've just given away a good chunk of your market. The Northrop Grummans of the world, the Embraers of the world, they have rooms full of people. In some cases, that's not an exaggeration, who basically just look for these things, and they know what to do, and they know who to call, and they know how to work that process. So Go Contracts was an initiative. We had a grant. We managed to get the program going, where even a one-man show can get access to the resources easily. We've had a lot of success. I didn't bring the numbers with me, but I think we've had something like $8 or $9 million in contract wins. I don't think any single company is bigger than 3 employees. One company won almost $700,000. It was like a one-man show. And it's been in operation, I guess, now just about 24 months. So it really is a leveler. It's really a good tool. Right now, all the licenses we contracted for are subscribed to, but it's something that we do an outreach from time to time. If you have Palm Bay companies that are interested, you certainly should let us know. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
All right, back to economic indicators real quick. I try to break it up because I know I like numbers, but I know some people go, oh my God, more my numbers than graphs. So. Commercial property. So if you can see from the 5-year average over here to where we're at now, our sales prices are up, asking prices are up, and the sales volume's up. Another good indicator. Leasing activity is up for all commercial properties. This is throughout the whole city. The asking rent is starting to go back up. I was trying to quantify what this dip is here, and this is from our CoStar application, which CoStar is basically the high-speed MLS for commercial, and it does analytics. It takes the whole United States. I couldn't figure out what happened there, but even if you take that line out of it, you can see that we are on a steady increase. Available square foot, this is another good indicator. That means that as demand increases, supply decreases, but there is a downside to that, and I'll show you that in a second. Vacancy rates are dropping, so you know that during, I think we all remember during the worst part of the economic slowdown, you would see empty storefronts, and those are starting to be populated again with different businesses. Again, the supply and demand, you can see that the vacancy rates are dropping, and even though it's not a huge increase, the rental rates are increasing. And this is the probability of leasing based on the survey in the number of months. So if you look 60 months out, a lot of people want to lease, and this is one of the issues, again, that we are working with investors is to create more commercial property. Because quite frankly, our inventory, we're running out. We're running out of commercial property. Unfortunately, between the interchange and the bayfront and the parkway, we should be adding about 1.6 million square foot of commercial. And if we can keep these numbers going, they should feel pretty good. Now I'm going to let Lynn come over and talk about, briefly talk about real estate trends on residential funds.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Mayor Capote, Council. On behalf of the Space Coast Association of Realtors, thank you for allowing us to come. Lynette Hendricks, our 2016 president, sends her regrets. However, I think it was good that she couldn't show up because I know you guys so well and we've worked together this year. Tammy Watts, our government affairs director, came up with our numbers, and I will be brief and just let you know some good stuff going on. I do have an ugly graph thing too, but you don't have to worry about putting it up because I'm just going to, oh, there it comes, okay. So just a little bit of information, 3,571 realtors in Brevard County. Last year alone, we took 50 to 80 new applicants every month, and the trend continues. So what real estate associations know is that when people start entering the real estate market, that means things are getting better. Out of 506 brokers, 13% of them call Palm Bay their office home. So if you look at our first market summary, the number of listings, right now, as of today, the total current listings in Brevard County is 3,329 homes. Single family, townhomes, condos, that's everything. In Palm Bay, we own 12% of them, 407 listings. Of those 407 listings, 355 of them are standard sales. And what that means is less than 2% are foreclosures and bank short sale properties. Now, as you know, back when we had our economic fail, Brevard County was the hardest hit county in the state of Florida, Palm Bay being the hardest hit city in the county. So I am very excited that 2% of these homes are all we have to deal with right now. Going on to our listing prices, we have something for everyone, and I hope those FIT people hear us. We have listings from $26,500, that would be a mobile home in our lovely Holiday Park, up to $660,000, that's a 5-bedroom, 3-acre home down in Deer Run. So we have something for everyone, and the average home is even better. Right now, our average price of a home is $173,500. Median price being $167,500. So we're very affordable. I know that you guys know that I'm a real estate owner here in Palm Bay with my husband, and we tell everybody you get more for your money here in Palm Bay. The next slide, the absorption rate. Now what that means is that lets us know what our inventory is. And right now our inventory is very, very low. What that means is if we were not to take another listing as of today, in 2.5 months we would not have any homes to sell. That's very, very low. And so what that can do, that can create some false high values in homes. However, who keeps us straight during this time is our lovely home builders, because our biggest competition right now is home building. But that's a good thing. That's a good thing for us so that we don't create a false bubble again. So our absorption, 2.5 months. All of Brevard County, it's a 3-month absorption level, 2.5 here in Palm Bay. Next we go on to our sold to list ratio, and we pretty much stay in line with the whole county. 94% of our homes that are listed sell, so that's a good thing. In January, 802 homes closed in Brevard County. Palm Bay had 20% of those closings. The closest city was Melbourne. We had 163 closings. The city of Melbourne had 185. The next closest city was the city of Cocoa with 70, and everybody else was below that. So we're up there. We're getting there. February and March now. You know, today was March 31st. Hence the reason why we know that one council member was a little late, because we are all busy at the end of the month. So as of this morning, 18% of the houses, total houses that closed in Brevard, 18% closed here in Palm Bay. That's 184 houses in March. So things are looking good. I'm really excited about it. I think a lot of our fellow realtors who are here are excited about it too. And again, it's the home builders that are keeping us from a false bubble, and that's a really good thing. Days on the market, another little number that everybody likes. Our median days on the market is 28, average is 48. So that's, I mean, we're closing them pretty fast. And that's because, just so you all know, we are probably back up to our 2004 prices on our houses. So as long as people were smart and didn't, if they were in their home in 2004, their market value is back up to where it belongs, if not a little higher. So that's always a good thing. So if a good house and it's priced right, our inventory is low, it's going to sell fast. And yeah, so that was it. All right, thanks.
We'll see if I can maintain that energy level by the end of this thing. Next is our great Palm Bay Chamber. Nancy. Oh, great.
Well, my name is Nancy Peltonen. I am the President and CEO of the Greater Palm Bay Chamber of Commerce. And I like this quote that when I was looking at economic development, it said, if you aren't at the table, you're on the menu. I like to think in terms of economic development, knowing what to do, how to do it, and when can be overwhelming. Economic development strategies and programs of work, they're vital to every community. I think we all realize that. And our chamber has a place at the economic development table. We're working very closely with the city of Palm Bay to bring relevancy to every economic decision, development decision. This topic is our business because the entire reason for the chamber to exist is business. The elements of an overall economic development strategy include efforts to promote business retention, entrepreneurialism, economic gardening and marketing. These are all strengths of the chamber. This is what we do well, and we're really glad to be a part of working with Palm Bay to have a united front for businesses and bringing them into Palm Bay. I think one of the things that Andy had talked about was marketing. We do have an image problem in Palm Bay. I think we're all well aware of that, and we're trying to change people's perception, because for them perception is reality. And we know all the fabulous things here in Palm Bay, and I like on the website they have rotating through statistics that I think most people wouldn't know about Palm Bay. And Andy touched on a few of them, but the fact that the Brookings Institute listed 15 of the top metro areas for advanced industries, Palm Bay ranks number 7. You know, that's incredible. The fact that we're number 11 on the Forbes list of America's most innovative cities, that the Palm Bay and Melbourne Titusville is among the top 3 metropolitan areas in the United States for concentration of electrical engineers and technicians. I mean, I think we all realize how amazing Brevard County is, and Palm Bay seems to be this hidden gem that we really need to get the word out about how great we are. And so at the Palm Bay Chamber, I think we're very happy to start being part of promoting that. Since I took over in September, we've had a 61% increase in the number of new members that have joined during the same time last year. So we're seeing this increase in businesses wanting to be part of the Chamber of Commerce. So that also indicates the positive economic development that is happening in Palm Bay during that time. And we've started to have a number of initiatives because reaching out to businesses so that they feel value and become part of this community. We kind of talked about it as being family. That's what we feel like at the Palm Bay Chamber. If you are part of our organization, you're one of the family. And we try and do everything we can to really help and support businesses. So I come to before you every month and kind of talk about some of the things that we have been engaged in. And so part of that is the business after business hour mingles. We have entrepreneurial leadership breakfasts that have been really well attended. Learning from others, I think, is a great way to increase your business acumen. So we have implemented a number of those. We just had some new trainings, Art of Networking, Power of the Inbox, Facebook for Business, trying to provide free resources for business owners. We're actually looking for a lot of entrepreneurs. It's really difficult to be able to leave your business in the middle of the day and come to some of the trainings, some of the things that we provide. So we're doing some podcasts where they can be in their own business and look at it whenever it's convenient for them. So if they're not doing, what was it, Art of War, they can actually look at the podcast and help learn more business skill sets. So we're trying to advance into the new age, so realizing that everybody is really busy and expecting people to just be able to come to meetings all the time isn't always efficient or effective for them. We always have our monthly luncheon off of the Life Care Center on Malabar Road. It has now increased to the point where we've been selling out and have 130 people coming to that facility. I think that is a testament to the great speakers that we're having, the information that's being disseminated to our members. It's a really valuable resource for members to come and the public actually to this month we have Wayne Justice from the Port Authority. He's going to be talking about all that's happening at Cape Canaveral and the port. It's the second largest port in the world, so for cruise terminals. So it's pretty impressive that that's here in Brevard County, and it does affect your business even if you are in Palm Bay. So we're, like I said, trying to bring value to the membership and let them know what's going on in Brevard County. Another thing that's really important that I know the police chief wasn't able to be here is the image of Palm Bay as this crime-ridden city, and that is so far from the truth, and it's very frustrating that people still have that impression. And I remember when I moved here 18 years ago, my real estate agent told me not to look in Palm Bay, you don't want to live there, there's lots of crime. And getting that impression to change is always very difficult, and I think working with Chief Rankins to talk about how positive we are here. We are the safest city in Brevard County. We're the 5th safest for the size of over 100,000 residents in the state of Florida. And that message really needs to get out there. We've had a 9.1% decrease in the overall crime rate, whereas the chief was at a chief's meeting with Brevard County chiefs, and they've all had an uptick in the larger cities in their crime. So the fact that ours is down 9.1% is pretty impressive. And that's something that I really think we need to shout from the rafters as far as I'm concerned. We're really trying to engage people in realizing that Palm Bay is a very safe city. And if you go on FDLE's website, it lists all the statistics of crime, and you can see how great Palm Bay is doing. One of the other things we're doing is working with different businesses in Palm Bay. Larson Motorsports was alluded to from Rob Salonen when we took a tour with the Taiwanese delegation. The chamber was part of that delegation, and they are so unique in the fact that they build, they design, and race the cars. Well, not yet in Palm Bay, but we're working on that. But no, but they build them right here in Palm Bay. I think that's pretty incredible. And so we have worked with them to have billboards up by Daytona. It was during Bike Week, so that people would know about Palm Bay and be able to come. You can tour their facilities, so trying to get the word out of the different things that we have here in Palm Bay. We've also worked with All Star Boxing. It was happened for the first time since 2013, very successful, and the fact that it was televised to 25 different countries, it's on Telemundo, NBC, so it's, you know, that was a pretty big reach, and I have to say the chamber banner was in almost all of the film clips, so we were very happy with that. We'll have to get the cities a little more profile too with that. We're looking to do that again in the fall, so that was a really great initiative working with Championship Boxing, All-Star Boxing. We are also engaged in getting more of the home-based businesses involved in the community. A lot of them, when you work on your own or work from home, you don't always feel that sense of community or have the support behind you, and I think that's one of the great resources of having the chamber as being a member of the chamber. We have our largest percentage is home-based business, and that's not just somebody selling, you know, Mary Kay, we love those businesses as well, but it is, you know, that's Joe's Lawn Service and Joe's Plumbing Service, that might be a one-man operation. But having them as part of the chamber and networking for them and providing advertising for them, I think is really beneficial. I think some of the other things that we're involved with that really helps bring more awareness to Palm Bay is the Tourism and Development Council meetings. We are looking to actively put out a brochure for Palm Bay. We, every single day, get somebody calling or coming into the chamber wanting maps, wanting brochures on the resources of Palm Bay, and we unfortunately don't have one to give them. And I think that both talking with the city, we both realize that's really very important. So we are looking at working with the TDC to get a grant to be able to do that. I really think that the guide that we ended up getting has pictures, which is very nice, but none of them really were of Palm Bay and didn't list any of our resources. And we are just such a fabulous community with all our parks that we have here, with all the facilities that we have here. So we want to have a guide that encompasses all of that. And your website is awesome, I have to tell you that, but a lot of the people that we get in don't have GPS, they don't have a smartphone, and they want a map. So it's still important to have the hard copy, so I'm looking at doing that. And I actually found out just today, I was very excited to find this out. There's actually a Palm Bay Chamber of Commerce map that the city had already provided. So this is not going to be a huge deal to put this whole brochure together. So that is something we should have done by the end of the year. The Economic Development Commission, we work closely with them. They showed you all the great things that the EDC does, and definitely the Palm Bay Chamber is involved with that. I'm part of the Founders Forum, which is you know, a great business networking group that is here in Brevard County, and the chamber is a huge part of that. We also have SCORE, which is out of our office, and that gives guidance to business owners. It's free of charge, and these are the things that we're looking at being able to, as a chamber, provide more value for not just chamber members, but citizens that, or businesses that are here in our community and don't always know where to turn and don't have the money or resources to be able to pay for, you know, a consultant. I think the Space Coast League of Cities is another great resource. We are part of that. We are also reaching out to them back in May 25th, we have a mayor's breakfast. It is unique for the Palm Bay Chamber of Commerce. We have confirmed 14 of the 16 mayors of Brevard County coming to that, and Mayor Capote had started that and has been the host. So we have had such a great response. We've now moved it to another chamber partner, which is the Crown Plaza in India Atlantic. I'm sure we're going to sell out. We have the room for 150 people, and we already have about 50 signed up, and it's 2 months away. So that's another resource that we are trying to let everybody see what's going on in Brevard County all at one time. In 2 hours, you're getting the snippet of the great things happening in Brevard County. So we thank the mayor for hosting that again. We have met with a foundation in Israel to discuss a sister city business relationship with them. We also had worked with EDEA with their ribbon cutting, and the Consulate of Mexico in Orlando came over, so we now have a new relationship with them. We worked with the city, and we want to work closer with them for the trip that's going to Washington in May, but Tallahassee, we had a great contingent that went up. I know Trey was involved with that, City Manager Greg Blake, and Andy was there. There was quite a few from our chamber on our board. There was Joe Raley that came, our Board of Directors Chair, PK, Heidi Lembricks, Andy Mickelson, who was here, Claudia Devitt, Gabe Garcia, Chris Robinson, Rob Salonen. These were all chamber members who felt that it was important to represent Palm Bay and Tallahassee. So I think that's a really great partnership that we've started. We also are actively trying to be part of the 2019 World Chambers Conference. They are looking to get it in Orlando. And this is a huge initiative because you get heads of state, you get CEOs of large corporations that will come to Central Florida if they're successful with this bid. And we'd obviously want a group to come here to Palm Bay to see all the great things that are happening here. So that was at the Central Florida Leadership Forum that Rob Salonen had shown the slide on, and we were thrilled to be a part of it. I went to the mingle afterwards and got to speak with the two people that were doing the site visit. So we're hoping that that will be successful and we'll be engaged with that. And like I said, there's the Washington trip that's coming up. We're also part of, I'm on the CPT certification program that is for a really important, I think, part of having this next generation. Not everybody wants to go to college. So this is a great program that if they're interested in manufacturing and industrial, that we will have this new group of young people that are coming out certified, able to get into a manufacturing plant and already have the skill set that's needed, rather than going to college for 4 years if that's not what their interest is, and coming out and not being able to get a job. So the Palm Bay Chamber is part of that. I have to say, I think there's no better time to get involved and connected to the business community as there is now. It just seems like there's so much growth and vitality going on here in Palm Bay. It's the landscape is really shaping up fast. It's really becoming front and center, I think, in a lot more people's minds of all that is happening here in Palm Bay. We want to be here and be part of that success to help with it. And we're able to promote partners 24/7 through our website, through our ability to engage and build strategic partnerships between businesses. And I think that's the skill set and what the Chamber brings to the city of Palm Bay. And like I said, we're very happy to be part of that. So thank you.
Part thing, I think she mentioned, the whole crime rate that always bugged me, that people thought there was a perception, and I've been a resident here almost my entire adult life. Not only is it down 9% in 1 year, it's down 23% from 2011. Our police department should be commended for the work they do here. They're unbelievable. And I tell you, as an economic developer, it makes my job a lot easier because I tout those stats when I talk to people. All right, we're going to go back to some more numbers. So I got to get back to the numbers. Stu Buchanan, our growth management director, who's just, I think he should just move into my house with me. We spend so much time together. Back to the team effort, but Stu has the passion, and he's really great at bringing the city back to where it should be.
Good evening, Stuart Buchanan, Director of Growth Management. I'm going to take it just and talk to you about growth management trends. I'd like to start by giving a quick overview. I know many of you have heard individually, but for the benefit of our audience, I'm going to repeat some of the presentations you've heard at prior city council meetings. As you know, the city of Palm Bay is primarily a single-family residential community. We have over 110,000 residents, the vast majority of which live in single-family households. Single-family residences versus commercial, multifamily, and industrial are assessed differently. Single-family residential houses are struck the hardest when times are bad because the assessed value goes off the comparable sales, whereas your commercial and your multifamily and your industrial are assessed differently in that they are income producing. When the times get bad, the cities and counties make a choice. You can either increase your millage rate and increase the burden on individual homeowners, or you can reduce services by laying off employees. What I try and do whenever I come to work in a new municipality is we do the third option, which is we grow our tax base and we grow it with commercial and industrial, and we create a buffer to provide for the rest of the community through those hard times. Currently, the city's revenue is about $25 million in ad valorem taxes, which is based off the total value of the city. My goal is to try and raise that by about 20%, or raise the tax base about $320 million, and increase that primarily through commercial and industrial multifamily. And this will lead into the next slides that we're going to talk about. Commercial building permits. There we go. Commercial building permits, as you can see, the spike that began during the last quarter, which ended December of 2015. In just the last 3 months, we've had 122 commercial permits with a total value of $11 million in new commercial infrastructure. What we're trying to do is to provide goods and services to our residents. Right now, our residents drive elsewhere. They may shop or they may eat in Melbourne or in Suntree or in West Melbourne. And what we'd like to do is to have those services here. Not only does that keep our residents shopping with local vendors and eating at local restaurants, it also has another effect, which is it reduces the trips on roads. It reduces the impacts on your collector and arterial roadways, which are the most expensive ones when it comes time to repave in your road maintenance program. New single-family permits. Again, you can see that the market is rapidly coming back as our real estate brokers or representatives of the real estate community just shared with you. They quoted a figure about 2.5 months with no new houses available, about 2.5 months are out of housing stock to sell. That, of course, is a good sign. It means that as houses become vacant, they're rapidly turning over. The other thing that you heard our real estate community talk about is how our home builders help them and avoid a cost balloon or cost bubble. And that's by providing new houses. In the last quarter alone, we've issued 107 single-family residential permits with a total value of $25 million. That's more than double our commercial value. So again, we've got to keep raising the commercial and industrial and multifamily just so we have that buffer around our single-family residential values when times are bad. One of the things that people, it's often a misconception, is that when you build lots of new houses, it has a negative effect on our existing single-family residential housing stock. That is not the case. As you know, the city of Palm Bay was a GDC, General Development Corporation community. As a GDC community, it was a design retirement community. They built lots of two-bedroom houses. They were limited in size. The cost of services, fire and police, the maintenance just for the local roads in those communities, doesn't change. It doesn't go down, even though you have a smaller house on it. Good evening, sir. The new houses with their higher value, higher average value, many of which are over $200,000, actually help support their older housing stock because they pay more in taxes. It actually helps balloon up the older housing stock in paying for itself. We're going to talk about estimated new revenues for new building activities. As you can see from the chart, the estimated revenues are just under $12 million. It's important to understand that these revenues translate into actual dollars coming into the city based on time of CO. Depending on the time when a house or a new commercial structure receives a certificate of occupancy, there's between a 12 and 18th month delay for it to hit the tax rolls. In other words, if it's CO'd in January versus being CO'd in August, it depends on the time that it's CO'd to when it gets assessed and added in, and actually translates into dollars to the city. When you have this increase in revenue, then you have choices that have to be made. Do we, during the past, as you know, there were several items that we had to delay maintenance on, delay replacement of capital costs such as police cruisers and other things. And so when you have these increased revenues, then you have a tough decision to be made as far as millage rates. This is when the staff, of course, looks to its elected officials to provide our leadership through the regular budget process as to whether we adjust the millage rate and therefore adjust those revenues to cover past deficiencies in the budget. Under new and future development projects, these are just a few of the projects. The South I-95 interchange development, that of course is the new interchange on I-95. The Falls, that was actually a development that they put the streets in and the stormwater structure, but then it never got developed because the market crashed. Cypress Bay Farms, that is also, and Waterstone, are both down at the new I-95 interchange. D.R. Horton, as you know, is our largest residential builder. They're building throughout the city of Palm Bay, and they continue to go from strength to strength. We have a potential just between those 5 projects of 3,500 residential units and 1.6 million of new commercial over the next 5 years. I'd like to talk about, in the last 2 weeks, you heard Mr. Levine earlier, just in the last 2 weeks, we've had $14 million of vacant property put under contract. That $14 million worth of property translates into about 100 to 110 million in new building value. You heard me say earlier, our goal was about 320 million, or to add a 20% buffer to the city. Many of those projects, the $14 million in property, is in the BCRA. It's in the Bayfront Community Redevelopment Agency area. It does include redevelopment of old sites that have been either torn down or looking to be torn down. The Parkway, when we talk about the Parkway, I would like to clarify, it's not just the South Interchange. You also have the new Parkway that's built right up the street here. The new St. John's Heritage Parkway, which runs from Malabar to the city limits. And as you know, the county will be opening up their portion of the Parkway sometime in May. That will open up that whole western end of the city. Area code 32907, which is directly east of it, is one of our most dense areas. And so you will have the ability to have all of those residents now utilize the new development coming on that road, which includes about 60 acres of commercial property. Oops. Sorry, I was looking for one more slide, but it doesn't seem to be there.
Which one was it?
New development plans with Lenore Bubblesland.
Go forward 2. Go forward 2 and then come back.
Thank you. Here we go. This is the property that I spoke to about out west. It is predominantly owned by Lennar, consists of about 2,900 homes. You can see the Emerson leading into it, and you can see the Parkway going north-south. That red area, the red colored right there in the center at the intersection, that's the 60 acres of commercial I spoke of. The 60 acres of commercial is currently under contract. There are a number of developers that are looking at participating in that, including the group that built the avenues in Vieira. So I would like to, in summary, I'd like to say that we are working towards a goal of increasing our commercial, our industrial, our multifamily to create a $320 million buffer. This in turn will feed the whole ad valorem machine. Currently the ad valorem revenue is about $25 million a year. Fire department uses $13 million of that. Police department is $20 million. So just fire and police services alone cannot be supported currently by ad valorem. But that's the goal that we're aiming towards. The new single-family residential that's being built by D.R. Horton and all the other residential builders, that actually assists the existing housing stock, which is assessed at a much lower rate. Each of those new houses actually helps provide services for at least 2 of the old ones. If you come into City Hall and you see that our staff looks tired, but we're smiling, that's a good sign. That means that the market is back and that you have upward growth trends in your city. Our next presenter is Mark Edwards with Harris Corporation, and he is with the Innovation Office of Harris.
Mayor Cody, Council, thanks for having us. James, thanks for inviting us. We're going to shake things up a little bit. We actually have 2 of us here, so be prepared for that. A show of hands, how many people have seen this building? Anybody? Yeah. This is our new Harris Technology Center. We're very grateful to get to work in this building. It's a fascinating place to work. As you mentioned, it's kind of our center for innovation with Harris, and we're going to talk you through why we're here today. So just first we want to start off with who we are a little bit. I'm Mark Edwards, as you said, senior software engineer at Harris. I focus on design and innovation. Design is a very broad term. I mostly focus on user experience design, so everything from a user interface to communications to how our customers end up using our products. And innovation, I work in the innovation office, which is focused on bringing new ideas into Harris and growing our business. And this is Christine.
Hi, I'm Christine Fisher. I'm a Human Resources Manager, also working in the wonderful HTC. And
Closer to the mic.
oh, sorry about that. Christine Fisher, Human Resources Manager with Harris. And we have been working with a couple other colleagues within Harris who represent different parts of our business. James came to Harris a couple months ago and asked some of our senior leadership, how can we get Harris involved? How can we start a conversation about, especially from a millennial standpoint, what do the future engineers and other employees at Harris, what are they looking for in the future of Palm Bay? How can we continue to attract and then retain more and more talent in the next 5-10 years? So that's kind of where this started and where we got involved. So we want to help that initiative along.
Yeah, so again, so what are we doing? Why are we here? We're here to support James and the economic development team in creating this millennial-ready vision. We're relaying the voice of Harris millennials, and we're vested in making Palm Bay a better place to work and live. Like any good engineer, I'm going to go over about 20 charts of data, and then about 10 charts of processes on how we can improve that. So I hope you guys are all ready. Just kidding.
So what have we done so far? So far, and I think you'll see this a little bit later, we participated, and it was a great experience, so thank you. The 4 of us that are working on this together participated in a video promoting Palm Bay a little bit more and talking through, again, what are millennials, particularly at Harris, but other similar millennials and companies looking for in development and furthering along our city. And then the second thing we did, which we want to share with you a little bit more about tonight, is we surveyed our millennial population within the local Harris community. So trying to understand their perspective. So there's the 2 and the 4 of us that have been working on this. Okay, we can give you some ideas, but we wanted to hear from the rest of the group what's important and then provide that feedback so that it helps the cause a little bit further. Our next step after this is we're going to take those survey results and get back in touch with those same people who answered the survey and do some focus groups internally and talk through a little bit more of the results and try to get some more intelligence out of it and again, provide that feedback. And then we'll see where that goes.
Okay, on to all those charts of data. No, we're going to keep it really short and sweet. Like I said, I'm a designer, so real short and sweet. The survey was a success. We sent it out to our grad committee, which is basically our Grad Resource Group represents anybody that's a new grad and anybody that hasn't unsubscribed from the new grad email list yet, which is me. So that's about 900 employees. So we got 247 responses. That's 25% participation is pretty remarkable. 90% of them are under the age of 35, which falls into the millennial category. What do we see from that? Basically, if you look at the chart on the left, most of them live in Palm Bay or Melbourne or West Melbourne. So Palm Bay are the very, very near surrounding communities. And if you look on the right, they live there because of price and it's close to work. So I think those are very telling stories right there. And that should really build the motivation to bring more things that are close to work that are improve their experience.
And this is interesting, I know some of the other conversations we've had about real estate tonight, but we asked them a little bit about what they're looking for in their residential. So it's about a 50-50 split, close enough to owning and renting. Most of them, almost half actually, prefer to spend $1,000 or less a month on rent or mortgage. And about 85% said under $1,400. So we thought that was an interesting data point. Again, you know, knowing that a lot of them chose to live where they lived, wherever that may be, almost primarily based on price or proximity to work, this is very important information for us. We also asked the question about, would they consider, if this was more available to them, would they consider living on or very, very close to wherever their workplace is? And more than half actually said yes, they would do that for up to 5 years. So we thought that was very interesting as well, because that provides a lot of, I think there's a lot of opportunity for that, very close, especially to our Palm Bay work campus. So that was interesting.
So you can see from the chart on the left, most of our employees that were surveyed, most of these millennials that were surveyed, work in Palm Bay. And they're looking to improve the social atmosphere and the outdoor amenities. You can see it's a little small, but the farthest bar on the left is bars and restaurants. And so, and then the other, modern trendy vibe is also up there pretty high. Parks, outdoor amenities, roadways, landscape, walk and bikeability also ranked pretty high. This chart on the right, we asked them to pick one or more amenities that were important to them. So these are kind of how they stacked up. This is what they're looking for to be improved around their workplace. So, you know, having said that, like I said, be short and sweet. Yep. Not your typical engineers.
And that data is really important to us, staff, because we can use that data once they get through the focus groups, provide it to developers. You know, remember I was talking about the restaurants? Well, that really gives me, because these are high income, for their age, high income wage earners, and that gives me ammunition when I go to a Darling corporation and say, look, Bill Mix of Harris, give me an Olive Garden now. So hopefully we'll use that data, and hats off to James and Stuart for getting that initiated and getting out there with Harris to get that survey, because that's the kind of data we need to provide the developers and builders, so they know what they need to put in near Harris. New expanding city business licenses issued. Just like this is very good that you can see the renewal trend continues to go up. That means less businesses are going out of business. They're coming back and renewing their license. Although you see this new business license go down, there's two parts. That be some of them have popped up to the renewal phase. But remember talking about the availability of commercial property to lease within the city to form a business. You'll see this dip down until we get some more commercial property rule. So Greg talked about the confidentiality notice, and the only reason, I'm not going to go through it again, but I just want to point out, because I do sign these quite often, that if I violate it, I go to jail. So it's state statute. I'm under the state statute. I'm required by law to keep confidential. Now, I should preface this by saying, as we go through these projects, some of these they will have to come to you guys. You will have to sign confidential if you choose. You're not forced to be brief. And if you tell anybody, you'll go to jail. So But once, as you know, at the end of the process, the name of the company is revealed and all the records are revealed, and it's not hidden forever and ever. So this is what we got currently out, projects that I'm working on. And again, this is about as much as I can tell you about. Oops. Well, there you go. The state cut me off already. So they're all high tech. They're all remember, anything that falls in this would be a qualified targeted industry. So they're all high tech in some fashion, form or fashion. I feel very good about 3 of these. Of course, some of them, I think Greg explained to you, some of them we can finish out in the next 60 days. Some of them may take up to 24 months because they're so big. As you see these kind of numbers, that's a big corporation, and that's the state involvement. These 2 bottom ones are really local. I mean, these are generated from our staff, and we're working on those in conjunction with the EDC, as Greg explained the difference on that. And just go through this real quick. You know, part of one of our tools with when we go into these incentive programs is the tax abatement program. It's established by the Florida State Constitution, and it has to be approved by the the voters of Palm Bay. I'm getting tired. And it was approved in 1998 and renewed in 2008. They can get up to 100% of the assessed values of the real property, their tangible property, and any improvements they make to their property can also be included if they so apply. Just so you know, there's always a question about, like, we just hand out abatements. It's a real complicated process with a lot of parties involved. And I'm not going to go through all this, but between us submitting in the property appraiser, then it coming to the council, and you guys approving it, and the committee of 100, well, the committee of 100, then you guys, and then final approval. And remember, nobody gets their tax abatement unless they hit the benchmarks that they promised, and I'll show you that in a second. So active tax abatements, Harris is the largest share. We only have 2 active. These are 2 that you guys have granted. They haven't hit their employment benchmarks yet, so they don't receive anything. So the taxpayers don't lose anything until they do what they promised us to do. But these 2, this one's a fairly old one, and Harris is the biggest one. And these are just some of the new jobs added or will be added in 2015 to 2018. American Title, you guys are aware of. Oak Ridge, we've had some good interactions with them. They had some hiccups, but they are on. I just got their report a month ago for their tax abatement, and they are on track. Harris, 300 plus new jobs. The new U-Haul that you guys approved, that's not a bad deal. It's, you know, everybody said that it was just going to be a storage facility. They're going to move their regional headquarters to the old Kmart. Wawa's, I have to talk about it because everybody wants me to talk about Wawa's. And so we're getting 2 new Wawa's. One that we know they're still in negotiations with the landowner here on the corner of Minden and Malabar. That one will finalize, and the other one they're still looking. They're doing a site selection on the second one somewhere in the Palm Bay Road corridor. Giant RV World. 25 new jobs. The reason I mention that might not be big jobs, but this is a destination business. When people go buy $100,000 to $300,000 RVs, they travel a distance to get it. So that means they're eating at our restaurants, staying at our hotels, and hopefully buying a great big moving mansion before they leave. DR Horton Homes, 83 jobs. This is just their headquarters, Culver. They are fully staffed. There's your Wawa's. This was conceptual drawing submitted to the growth department. And there's your, if you went by this place on Culver lately, they are going to town. It almost looks like this except for the facade. I don't know if you guys want to take a break before the Bayfront portion, or you want me to keep going?
Everybody good?
Well, I'll turn it over to James.
Thank you, Andy. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. Thanks again for hosting this wonderful event. I hope you're getting a lot of good information out of it, and obviously we have a lot more information to continue forward. So tonight we're going to talk about the Bayfront, which is as a redevelopment. If you think economic development is tough, try redevelopment. So we're going to do that, and we're going to begin first with taking a look at what we're going to talk about. First, we're going to discuss the waterfront project. We're going to also discuss, we're going to have our chairman come up just to say a few words from the council. And then I'm going to discuss the tech district, next generation, the tech city downtown, and of course we have an expert on hand today to discuss the Florida Main Streets program. And then we'll go over some financial, and then of course the economic forecast. And our waterfront project is something that pretty much the entire board has gotten behind. Everybody in the community is excited about, staff's excited about, and this is what we've gotten out of it. I want to give a big shout out to Jennifer Worski and Stacy and Lisa over the technology department. I can't tell you how much these gals really just made things pop, made things just look beautiful, and really put together a marketing program that really is catching some attention. So this was an ad, by the way, that we placed in a National Developer magazine. That magazine was distributed just only a few weeks ago. Prior to that, it was just really hosted on their website. As you can see, Development Magazine there. We then, with the help of technology department, we put together a website, really, to be able to take all that traffic that's coming from the Developer Magazine and their website and their banner ads, and direct them to what this project, the waterfront project, what the Bayfront is all about. Well, we can find out when they land on this page. I'm going to demonstrate for you. They'll click on, they have the opportunity to click on a number of things, but let's say they click on the employers. They want to learn about the employers of Palm Bay. Well, by clicking on that, they can quickly ascertain the number of Fortune 100s and 500s that are represented here in Palm Bay, and are all types, really kind of centered very closely even to where the waterfront is. They're not very far away at all. And then, of course, if you were to click on the tech job button, you're getting a wonderful kind of view of how many jobs are just in the Bayfront area. You have 3,000, and obviously Harris just recently announced another 300 to 500 additional jobs. So that number is really almost 3,500. After speaking with Oak Ridge, which is right the north part of that whole district, they're well on target to hitting their numbers as well. I can tell you this, that they're beginning their second shift. They're starting their brand new second shift on Monday. So they're ramping up, things are going well. As you can see with this map, you see Larson Motorsports. You have the Innovation Center, which is a nice little technology incubator there. Harris is our anchor. We have Florida Tech clearly present, and then Intersil as always. Steady ready. And as you can note, the bay itself is not very far, less than a half mile or so, to all of these centerpiece businesses. Well, let's take a look real quick of a video that we had an opportunity to take a camera crew out to Harris, where we interviewed some of their wonderful millennial employees. We just simply asked them, what do they want? What would you like to see Palm Bay in and around the campus? And where do you live currently? And why don't you live in Palm Bay? And they were happy to tell us. And I want to send a special shout out to Mike Hammer. Mike Hammer and his video capability, I can't tell you enough. The quality's great, and Mike was just a dream to work with. Let's turn this on for a moment and take a quick look. All you have to do is click right there for me. Beautiful.
Welcome to the city of Palm Bay and our Bayfront redevelopment area.
Now Palm Bay's got a great new mayor, a wonderful mayor, a great city manager that just comes from the private sector but understands how business is and how business gets done.
You want to be able to say with confidence that you're going to love the area.
So much opportunity.
Fun things to do after work.
Right for opportunity, I think.
During work and after work, you're not even going to want to go home.
You'll get the straight talk. You'll get the bottom line from this group. And they want us. They want developers here to build this great city, to make it what it can be.
The opportunity to do more, right close to where you're working.
Right now, this is kind of an interesting time. We are on the precipice of a lot of growth.
A quarter mile, 2,000 square feet of just waterfront here in our existing marina.
So once building and the developers come in here and seize up these great opportunities and the waterfront land, that's just going to skyrocket up.
It's exciting that there's so much opportunity. We just have to capitalize on it.
Palm Bay is one of the few incorporated cities that actually still has the ability to grow.
Multiple acres where a marina has been, some buildings, and then approximately 4 or 5 acres ready to be developed.
So much landscape. Putting together sort of like a restaurant row.
Waterfront sport.
Waterfront, I think that just makes things a lot more appealing.
Restaurants that people are familiar with, local favorites.
Go have a drink, go have some nice food, listen to some live entertainment,
Entertainment complexes, live music.
Eclectic feel to it.
and then go home and call it a night.
We're looking for the restaurant. We're looking for the hotel. We're looking for multiple docks. The day dock, where we come out, tiki bar at the end, boats come in for a day dock, have something to eat, have an ice cold beer, and enjoy the waterfront.
Palm Bay has that ability to expand and become one of the largest cities that's incorporated in Florida.
And again, our special thanks to Harris and their team. Mark and Christine, thank you so much for being a part of that. Really appreciate you. Without them, we couldn't be able to do that. And I can tell you one thing, if I was in the restaurant business, I'd be excited. Real excited right now. I mean, I can't tell you how many times we keep hearing restaurants, right? So we have 75 minutes of footage. They have all kinds of interesting ideas about housing, for example, how the houses are laid out, for example. Not everybody wants a formal living room and a formal dining room anymore, so housing's kind of changed a little bit. Roommates and to have a roommate, not have a roommate, all of those items are discussed, and that'll be in a new future video coming up. What I can tell you is once someone's seen the ad, once they've seen the video, and then we'll just go ahead and advance for me because it's not clicking. There you go. Thank you. And once they've seen that, then what they'll do is come to the web page. Come on. There we go. It's going to come down to the web page there. It's a sign-up form. It's really easy if they're excited about the RFI, they want to get involved, they want to be able to come here and get more information. They'll sign up. They're going to put their company name, their email. It's real simple, and then confirm that they're not a robot. From there, they're going to download the RFI, and then RFI was just, again, beautifully done. I just can't say that enough. And then you get all this great information about what Palm Bay is looking for from a sense of being involved in this development opportunity. With that, it really promotes the fact that we're going to have another briefing, April 12th, right here, for developers and those who are interested in being involved in this project. So what is the result so far on this RFI effort? Well, since March, believe it or not, we've had over 588 unique page views on this. 505 unique page views, 588. The video actually has been shown 344 times now, and the RFI has downloaded 54 times. Why is that significant? Because the last time we tried this, the last time we rolled this out, I'll give you one guess as to how many we got. 0. So in percentage terms, it's off the charts. We're having great results, and you can thank the technology team and all the efforts of staff, and of course Harris and their video and all that. So what's the problem we're trying to solve here? Well, quite simply, it's this. What goes there? And of course, the community wants to be involved in deciding what goes here, and everybody's got great ideas. So let's look at some of these ideas, because we decided to hold a workshop. We had a workshop the first part of March, and with that, we decided to bring out a pile of Post-it notes. And I can't take all the credit for that because of Mark over here. That's what they do over at Harris in their tech center. They need some ideas. I got an idea. Let's go ahead and grab a big pile of Post-it notes. Take 1 hour, give everything a Post-it note, and say, let's come up with some ideas. One idea, one Post-it note. We did that. We got 72 ideas out of it. And as you can see, we talked about boating, restaurants, hotel, docks, boardwalk, tiki bar, live music, resort, kayak rentals, and waterfront dining. And then with that, you see, we've summarized that even further. We broke it down to boating. We talked about, we've got idea fishing, dining, obviously shopping, even docks. All the things about, we want day docks, we want transient docks, we want a water taxi. How many times have we heard water taxi? Well, when we have something here in the Bayfront area for people to really enjoy, everyone over on the beach, which there's nothing to do over there dead across from us, to actually just get on a water taxi and a 5-minute boat ride and actually come over here. Wouldn't that be great? So we also talked about site uses such as hotel, resort, mixed use, retail, offices, residential, and of course the standard apartment condos. So then from walking activities, we talked about boardwalk, we talked about exercise trails, and even a boardwalk promenade where you can actually have like that dog 5K race, bike races all over the bayfront. So that came up. Talked about swimming, as well as other amenities like a day spa, and maybe a children's play area, and of course garden area. Some of the amenities such as live music was discussed. Other ideas like nightlife, even a dog park was discussed. Public parking, as always, is discussed. What I want to do now is go ahead and invite our chairman so you can get his perspective on how things are going. It has been certainly an adventure thus far, and Steve will be the first to tell you. And we're excited about the future, and I'm glad Steve could be here to join us. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. It's pretty hard to follow. Good evening, everyone. Workshop. We're looking for ideas, changes. What are we going to do to improve our position? What are we going to do as a BCRA? Well, I've got to say that the changes that your board, that you guys did a little while back, has affected the BCRA somewhat. The changes I'm talking about is Greg, Dave, Andy, Stuart, James, even myself new to the BCRA board. We got a great team going. It has definitely been a change. Everybody's turning around and listening. When the BCR was a year ago, where are we at? What are we talking about? Are we communicating to the business staff of the city council? It wasn't happening in my opinion and some others. And I think that's changed dramatically. James has been wonderful talking to the board to tell us the BCRA board, tell us what's going on the other side of Palm Bay. We started looking at this, as we call it, the Alpha Project, our first project that we're going to do. How are we going to do something that we think big? And we know the mayor is very big on that. When he brought me on board, he said, I want to think big. We have to do something. Been around 9 years. Let's get that project moving. The Alpha Project's come up. Greg came to the meeting. We sat at the meeting. We said, well, we've had a proposal out there before, an RFI. Nothing really happened. Greg says, let's get our team on. Let's get our procurement people together. Because we don't really know what the BCRA is thinking and what the business council people are thinking at the city. We got together. It was a wonderful meeting because we all said, oh, that's what you're talking about. That's what the BCRA wants to do. And it focused your new team, your management with our BCRA. So I think that is a wonderful movement. And I think this workshop, what I'm saying to bring it to the workshop is keep doing that. Keep those people together. Keep us along with the BCRA because we're going to accomplish this project. The commercial out, being in the advertising in the magazine, the multiple workshops we've had. I believe on the 12th, we've got our next meeting where all these developers, 54 responses, downloads of that are going to come to that meeting. There's going to be a wonderful dog and pony show because we do have a diamond in the rough. All of that waterfront property on US 1, a half a mile down the road from 3,000 high-tech employees, a few miles from Grumman Aerospace out of Melbourne, New Oak Ridge, that's the place to develop. That will start that Alpha Project and grow through into the Bayfront area there, hopefully the new downtown. So I just want to tell you our perspective, and we're all excited, and we're going to see this project move out. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve, very much. I get to talk about another great opportunity for the city, and that's a technology corridor. This is really something we haven't really revealed yet. We've been thinking about for months on end, how would it work and so forth. But tonight, I'm pleased to be able to share this with you as an idea, and I'm hopeful that we get to spur some more ideas within your minds even as we talk about it. As you know, the tech corridor currently exists across Central Florida, and the easternmost portion of it, the southeasternmost portion of it, is the defense corridor. And that's what we have now. If you remember the map I showed you a few minutes ago, it had all of those Fortune 500 or 100s that are right here. So what we want to do is continue to build out those high-tech jobs that are going to continue to move that income curve upward. Because once we hit that 48 number, remember, all those other businesses that you've always wanted to see, these stores and certain things, they're automatically going to start sending site selectors up down here, and we can't wait for that to happen. So today, I want to talk about the proposed tech corridor. It's the southeastern part of Florida high-tech, attracting high-tech firms, providing high-paying tech jobs. The Palm Bay Tech District is an idea. It's designed to focus on a specific area to invest for attracting new businesses, specifically technology-based businesses. To be able to reinvest all future growth into providing the critical infrastructure that they're going to need to attract and retain their best workforce, and of course for us to be able to attract and retain the best Fortune 100s, or even as small as the doctor at FIT alluded earlier. We talked about small and medium-sized businesses. We want them here. I heard Senator Ring years ago up at the Florida Senate, and he made this comment. He says, why in the world are we spending so much money trying to attract the largest tech firms like Facebook, for example, to relocate here? You give away the entire state just to be able to get them here. The better idea is to take good ideas, grow them here, fund them here, manage them here, let them go public here. And even the secretary's a multimillionaire. Just ask anybody who worked for Facebook or Apple and so forth. There's great stories, and sometimes there's television documentaries about them. So what we want to do is start looking at companies like iBox, right there in the Innovation Center. You know they have more orders that they can shake a stick at right now. They just need probably some additional management, additional funding, and then they'll get their manufacturing up. And they too might be a story in the future. We just don't know. Let's also look at developing the district to provide incentives. As you heard from EDC, we're gonna be on our own for a couple of years. We've got to have a package. We've got to have something that really locks them in here. So if we do get an offer, what is that going to look like? How do we keep them here? How do we grow them here? What kind of pot of tools? What kind of toolbox do we have? And that really is an opportunity to really, by using this district, we can maybe be able to offer some of that. We also want to be able to engage the business leadership within the district, within the city, to get their ideas on how and the needs that they need to be able to hit their goals so they're competitive in a global economy. To be able to be competitive in the workforce, to be able to attract and retain the very best workforce that everybody in the world probably would like to get. I mean, who doesn't know a teenager who wanted to probably grow up and work for Google, Apple, Microsoft, or EA Games, or you name it. But you know what? There are some fine jobs to be had at Harris, fine jobs to be had at other Fortune 500s even here, and you should see the facility over at Harris. If you hadn't had the opportunity, I think, Mr. Mayor, you've seen their entire facility. Is that just not beautiful? Is that not just a phenomenal place to work? And I also want to thank you personally for introducing me to Sheldon Fox, because it was that conversation that began this whole interview process where Sheldon then was able to refer me over to Mark, and he built that entire millennial team, and they're getting behind it in a big way. We also want to look at developing a downtown to provide the vibrant, walkable, live here, play here community to support a competitive workforce. We already know that the next generation that we've talked about, the next generation that's coming up, this is the type of things they want. The baby boomers, they left that. They went out into the suburbs, out into the big green, and they built out there. And now, isn't it weird that the next generation's coming back and they're saying, I want to be in the urban environment. Well, we have a chance to really kind of take a look at our assets now and be able to build that urban bird that's sustainable, that has that same walkable live here. And as you know, government doesn't move very fast, does it? So we can't build a community that all of us want right now. So Trey and Carrie and Jeff, we all want certain things, but you know it's going to take a bunch of years to get it done. So we can't build for ourselves. We have to build for the next generation. Because we know if they're prosperous, we too will be prosperous. So developing that downtown walkable opportunity within a tech district stands to have to be very successful. Here is one of the proposed ideas we have for a tech district. As you know, with a CRA, you really can't overlay a CRA on top of another special district. But we know that the CRA, with the current county commission environment the way it is, that'll probably end in less than 9 years. So when that phases out, you can see right here that that right portion will probably phase right in to the proposed tech district. In fact, those two entities could work collaboratively to bring the type of business district you'd love to have, to be able to generate that infrastructure and long term to meet our goal of $320 million in new commercial infrastructure. Because if we get that, everyone gets the roads, everyone's going to get all of the public safety they want, and all the goals that this community really needs, including parks, comes alive when you finally balance our portfolio of housing to commercial. So as you can see here, we've got on the far left side, we've got the public plaza, where we have now the new U-Haul. And that has a lot of exciting changes coming soon. I don't know if you've heard it yet, but we have, as I understand, we're going to be tearing down a McDonald's at some point. They're going to rebuild a brand new one. I heard that a Chipotle might even be coming in there. And then even Publix might be readdressing or refreshing their building there too. So there's some excitement that's going to be occurring there. We also see where Harris is, that dominates that whole right corridor there, Intersil, Florida Tech, and then on the top side we have the expansion on Oak Ridge. Oak Ridge will be probably expanding. Where will they land? Who knows? But we do know that this whole area includes a hub zone. The hub zone's almost smack dab in the middle of it. So if you had some new office infrastructure there, that hub zone could provide, the small entrepreneur an opportunity to piggyback on a national defense contract and bring those high wages just for that family or just the small team that's working on that. And then of course, millennials, especially over at the Harris Center, they're very entrepreneurial. They've said, we don't mind working all the time, just not on the same project. So they're very entrepreneurial. They'd love to have a Trek hub of some sort that they can, on the lunch break or over on the evening, they'll go think of entrepreneurial, new technology, new ideas, and then work with, collaborate with other people in the community. So that's what we're looking at here, and we'll talk about this in further, probably about 2 months or so. We'll have more for you, and we're also looking for maybe some engagement from your behalf on if you have some ideas on how you'd like to see this come about. But we're really excited about the opportunity to reinvest. We're excited about the involvement that Harris will be maybe leading us at that table on what we really need to have the infrastructure to be able to create that vibrant, walkable community we have in that area. So getting Gen ready, next Gen ready, which is millennial. I've often said it is the greatest wedge opportunity. There's a number of cities out there right now that are asleep at the wheel. They don't see this one coming. Just like when the baby boomers, decided to leave urban environment, went to the suburbs, it left a lot of downtowns in a mess. So leadership didn't see it. But the good news is, I've talked with each one of you at one point or another. You guys see that. You guys know we have an opportunity here to really take the lead from our competing cities. You've heard from EDC. EDC says, well, everybody's kind of like this, everyone's got incentives. What else do you have? Well, you know what? We have vision. We have the ability to say, hey, in 5 and 10 years, this is where we're going to be. We're going to attract the brightest and best, and we're going to make our city ready for it, and we're going to help get our infrastructure ready for it. So where do millennials want to live? As you know, they want to live in that vibrant area. You've heard them talk about restaurants, cultural venues, shopping, entertainment, nightlife, all of these items. They even talk about the new what they call multi-corridor, multi-nodal type transportation options. Stuff that we're not even thinking of, like driverless cars. They're already talking about Uber, Zipcar, bikes, bus, skateboards even. Moving sidewalks like the ones you see at Universal Studios. So these are things, out-of-the-box ideas that don't, in the retrospect, when you give away the farm to get a large firm here, compare that to a moving sidewalk cost, much less. So think about just ideas, what could we do to really attract them? Let's look at even lifestyle. Lifestyle we know is important to our tech workers. Lifestyle is actually the 5th most important factor when considering a job behind personal opportunities for growth, wages, job role, and so forth. So when we're thinking about a valuable, walkable, urban bird neighborhood, that location, and that is a major factor for job consideration. If you don't believe me, we'll just bring up our HR manager right over here. She'll tell you how hard it is to recruit sometimes when say, is there a downtown? No. When will there be? I'm not sure. I'm sorry, we're going to Google. So why support a downtown? Well, number one, we want to attract and retain our best workers. We don't want them to come here just for 3 years and then leave. We want them to come here and stay here and then form their families here. Because if we get great schools out of it, it funds our schools, it funds all the amenities we want as a community. We also diversify our compensation package. We can reduce the cash incentives, not only from attracting more high-tech firms, but also for the high-tech firms to attract their best and brightest workforce. So helping to refresh the corporate culture. Also, it supports triple bottom line business outcomes. How many of you recall what triple bottom line business outcome is? It's people, planet, profit. So people and the planet, and then profits right there at the bottom. So all of those things really kick into why support downtown. Well, here are some of the millennial nightlife elements that they told us that they'd like to see. For example, again, vibrant, walkable areas. We see that they like the outside dining, don't we all? Especially in Florida weather, we should have a lot of that. How about like waterside dining? How about where you can pull your boat up and be able to get off the dock there and then be able to go and have something to eat right there on the water. And we've got that opportunity. And then we can take a look at how colorful it is and how vibrant it is. And so in my recommendation for maybe the future of Palm Bay's tech city within its tech district, is simply this. We need to collaborate with our large employers, continue to collaborate with all of the key stakeholders, and look at the potential benefits of developing a downtown area. If we do that, I think we're going to come out years ahead of our competition, and we can be that district that all of these larger firms and medium-sized firms want to come and live at. So our goal is to simply create a public-private project. The project is we're collaborating together, and here's the vision for that. Create a vibrant, dynamic, creative, walkable, and engaging neighborhoods to help inspire a high-tech workforce that desires a live here, work here, play here atmosphere in an eco-friendly environment, allowing collaboration among co-workers. This all designed to retain our talented high-tech workforce and also retain our high-tech employers and then grow our local economy. Here's the vision. The City of Palm Bay, business employers, and developers must partner to enhance the overall experience of urban life to attract a tech-centric, talented workforce by catalyzing urban rejuvenation, reducing blight, providing modern residential and transit options, reducing employee commuting. Who likes to commute? Ask someone who works at Harris who lives in Vieira. Mark, you want to come back up? Does he like to commute? Ideally, if you were at a Star Trek Enterprise, you could beam that Vieira, put it right in front of Harris. He'd live there. That's all we have to do. So if we don't have any commuting, we can strengthen our economic perspective in a global economy. We're not just a local economy, we're global. And right now, I want to be able to take advantage of the opportunity to talk about a Florida Main Streets program. Mr. Gann and Mr. Crepeau, who's here today, they have an awesome experience in Florida Main Streets program. I think it adds some valuable insight of some other ideas we can really tap into in grant programs, grant funding. I think would be worthwhile. Gentlemen, you want to come up and share us with some of the ideas you have? Thanks, James. Come on.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. My name is Mike Crepeau. This is Laird Gann, and James and Andy asked us to come for a few minutes and talk about the Florida Main Street program. Laird's going to kind of cover some of that. My background is in urban redevelopment and economics. I ran the CRAs at the City of Melbourne for about 4 years. I was responsible for bringing the Main Street program to the City of Melbourne. And at the time, we actually got it on our first shot at it, which is a little bit of an old wives' tale. They wanted to tell you that you had to apply a couple times to get it. Laird was one of the first guys that we brought in to run the program. So I'm going to have him talk a little bit about the approach and what Main Street can bring. And I will say it's a little bit difficult to do in a short period of time. We've all been here for a while, so what we're going to try to do is hit the highlights. But mainly, while I was sitting here listening to James, one of the reasons we came to the conclusion that the CRA or the Main Street program might be a good fit here is everything that is actually going on right now. With the CRA ending potentially in 9 years, the Florida Main Street program is quite a diverse net. It allows you to kind of capitalize and continue living on, just not as a CRA. So that's a little bit about my experience. I have about 300 hours in urban redevelopment planning. Laird, we've been together for quite a while, worked together for a long time. He has 15 years in the Main Street program. That's why I'm going to let him talk about the four-point approach. 15 years before that in, we're not going to go back any farther than 30 years. I'm actually laughing still because I actually want to be a millennial right now. If these guys have their household budget down to $1,000 a month, I think that's awesome. I want to be one. So So 15 years before Main Street, because the last 15 years has been in Main Street. It was in targeted and strategic fundraising and event planning. So some great synergy, it looks like could be right around the corner. So I'm just going to turn it over to Laird for a few minutes, and then at the end, when he's done, which won't take 30 years, we're going to open it up to any questions you guys might have.
And I'm still trying to figure out how to spell millennials, so.
Mike, I got you, Mike.
It's interesting because Mike and I have worked together on putting together some information. Andy and James were really helpful in preparing us for this, but little did we know that you had accumulated so much information. So this is kind of, now we see why the Main Street concept appealed to you, because you've got everything here or planned that cities all over the country are trying to figure out how to get done. I'm really going to step back for a second because I really think I think Palm Bay will become, certainly in Florida, the first millennial-based Main Street program. Main Street is a national concept that was developed by the National Trust for Historic Preservation in Washington, D.C. in the mid-'80s, when malls were taking off, downtowns were dying, and there was this incredible desire to what can we do? But it's been 5 years researching, testing, and coming up with a concept that works. And it's based on it's called the Main Street 4-point approach. And it's all based on restoring the old historic communities. What's happening here is we have a chance to build the new Palm Bay into what everyone else is trying to recreate. And you guys have really done a wonderful job in getting this pointed in the right direction. The Main Street concept, and I am going to condense it. I brought some handouts. Excuse me. And it is based on 4 aspects. Organization, 4 committees. It's a volunteer-based initiative that depends on the community buying into it and making it work. And that's what the Main Street program, the manager does, is build a board of directors, establish the committees, bring in all the stakeholders, everybody who has an interest, and get them to participate on the boards, become part of committees, and it slowly starts to happen. So organization is the first part. The promotion, as James knows and Josh knows, is the opportunity to showcase the community's character and image. The third committee or point is design, which is transforming by enhancing the physical elements of the community. And the last is economic vitality, last but certainly not least, which is closing the gap between the public and private sectors and making money and keeping people downtown successful. It just keeps evolving. And again, as I said, it's the first bullet point of my little handout, which you'll see later, is to create a bayfront millennial community atmosphere through the specific types of activities and events scheduled and produced to appeal to this unique new consumer segment, the millennials. And I can just, based on what I saw, I mean, there's so many ideas going through our minds, we really can start working very quickly and putting this thing in place because everything's happening around it and it makes sense. You build strong marketing and promotion partnerships with what we call founder partners, the folks who will benefit the most from this and who can bring the most to the party. Those would be companies such as Harris, Interseal, FIT, who are in a position to reciprocate with financial support and participation in and leadership of these committees and just making it all happen. The focus on events, activities, and programs that are truly unique to the Bayfront CRA Main Street programs, such as entertaining upscale festivals and concerts, as well as employment and career fairs and distinguished speakers. To to assist founders in meeting their employee recruiting and retention objectives. I don't think any Main Street program in the country, well, I can certainly say not in Florida, has that as one of their objectives, because the businesses just go off and they do their own thing. They're part of downtown, and they provide volunteers, but they aren't leaders. What you all are working on here makes people like the Harris folks, they're still there? Yep. Understand why you were so excited about their participation, because that's the group that can help lead what Main Street does and become very active in the community. Build a sustainable, self-funding Main Street program, specifically designed and structured to benefit the Bayfront CRA and Main Street program by reinvesting the proceeds from all the events into the program, providing funding over and above the administrative costs. It take a couple of years to get there. The Main Street program requires a 3-year commitment from the city, because it doesn't happen overnight, but it'll get it on the right track and it will eventually happen. This approach provides significant benefits to the city of Palm Bay, the Bayfront CRA, participating founders, as well as other Main Street members, and the general public of Palm Bay and surrounding communities through economic revitalization and development. Just to put a little note on the success so far nationally, since 1980, the Main Street program has been successfully executed in over 2,000 communities, secured over $61 billion in new investment, created more than 528,000 new jobs, rehabbed more than 251,000 buildings, and created 120,000 new businesses. And that's what it's all about. And like I say, I have a handout. There's so much you can talk about, only because the Main Street program itself is where the rubber or the feet hit the streets. And everybody works together to accomplish the good of the entire group. And you're better than that at summing things up, so why don't you give us your closing comments?
I think it's a good match for the CRA and the tech district. One of the things is you get to form a lot of new boards. And so one thing we did in Melbourne is we brought in a very diverse group of people that actually had a lot of experience in the things like brick and mortar and economic development, real estates, people that could contribute significantly to the vision that basically we had set on the table in Melbourne. And then I think that's it really as far as the program goes. We have a lot of access to a lot of different things through the program, and it's statewide and national. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to help answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to give me the...
Okay.
I'll get you to have a handout here in a moment for you. So again, how many of you remember downtown Melbourne when it was a ghost town? It's amazing what revitalization can do, but it's not easy. It's very hard, and it takes a community effort. It takes resources, it takes a lot of time, it takes passion, it takes a vision. That's one thing we have in the economic department. We've got a lot of that, we've got a lot of energy, a lot of good energy, and we can get it done. But now I'm going to kind of pull things back. I want to talk about some budget items that on the BCRA that we got our financials done, and I want to share those with you, and then we'll conclude. Here's our numbers for the fiscal year ended in 15 September. Where we go? There we go. Revenues. You can see there. Got economic environment, actual expenses, 414,000. We can see the amount of assets we have on the books here. Also, land assets. Land assets, so BCRA still has some land available, and some of that land is involved in the waterfront project right now. What's really interesting is the impact to the budget. Over the last year, in comparison, we've made some great strides with great leadership, with Greg and Andy, we've been able to come in and really take a look at hard numbers to be able to direct the resources where they need to go. For example, personnel. We had a 47% reduction in overall expenditures towards personnel services. That included fringe costs and so forth, fringe benefits. Total savings, $113,000. We see that operating expenses were dropped by $35,000 year over year. Total economic savings, $149,000 for that little agency. I don't know why we're doing this. Salaries. Right now, as you can see, in fiscal 15, we've got a bump up 6.3%, but the following year, we're down 29%. So big savings towards the city. Other highlights include insurance costs. Insurance costs declined by 34%. And we, with the leadership of the Economic Development Office and Greg, we made the decision to close the office, which reduced overhead by $35,000. Operating expense budget going forward in 2016. As you can see, what we spend our money on. Believe it or not, a lot of it is landscaping, streetscaping, mowing, and maintenance. 45%, with street lights, traffic lights, and power, 22%. And a lot of that, well, actually, the landscaping, streetscaping, actually goes to Public Works. That they're our prime provider of those services. We don't contract it, outsource it anywhere else. We've been directing that towards Public Works. When we look at our bond payments, we have, fortunately, we have only nine payments left. So when the CRA sunsets, we'll be done. Interest rate's about 4.1%. We have $3.5 million left in par value to pay off. TIF revenue, as you can see, in 2012, in 2013, it took a monster hit. And then it kind of flatlined in 2014, but I'm pleased to tell you by 2015, 2016, the numbers starting to increase. I predict by next year, we should be back to where we were in 2012. When we take a look at, for example, the assessed value of property. The assessed value has actually been increasing. So 2012 and 13 has only increased just under 1%, but our projections for 2015 and 16 is about 5% in the BCRA. Very, very positive. When I look at BCR land value total, as you can see, we've been moving upward. We have about $153 million in land value. What is it going to be in 2016? I can tell you one thing, higher. Here are some of the commercial property indicators on our economic dashboard. As you can see, the vacancy rate is even better, or actually it depends on your perspective. If you're trying to find something to lease or rent, well, you know, it's going to be tougher in the BCRA because you know what? We're almost leased out. We have a great trend here. And what's really, really neat with this is that as vacancy rates are declining, notice how asking rents per square foot, relatively speaking, between $6.20 and $6.60, they're stable. So in other words, you don't see that mass exponential, curve upward in terms of cost because vacancy rates are declining so fast. So that's good. So we have stable rates, and we're running out of some supply, which means one thing: it's time to build new. So as you see, net absorption and the probability of leasing in months. And here's our projection for our forecast for this next year. As you can see, we are going to be in negative space very, very soon. By the end of the year, we're projected to, based on current trends, you can see that it's time to build. It's time to have new office buildings. It's time to have new industrial buildings. And if I was a developer, if I was a builder, I'd be excited right now. Especially if I was a restaurateur, like someone I know, right? So that all really comes to conclude that things are looking really good out there. The team's come together. People are heading in the right direction. We're excited about the future, and I hope you are too. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. Thank you. Thank you.
Now I want to bring up our outside, our external internal initiatives and programs. And they'll briefly go over what we're doing in different areas and how it relates to economic development.
Good evening.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. My name is Donald Overton. I'm the Veterans Affairs and Business Specialist for the City of Palm Bay. Those of you that might not be familiar with my background, I am a 100% service-connected combat disabled veteran of the 1st Gulf War, served with the 82nd Airborne Division. I've dedicated the past 24 years of my life to representing military and veteran populations at the local, state, and federal levels of government. And I'm going to very quickly and try to move through this as fast as possible. I've only got 260 slides in 2.5 hours. No, sir. So, just for a quick understanding of where my position originated, the Palm Bay Veterans Resource Center officially opened on November 10th of 2015, and it was a direct result of some really creative, outside-the-box thinking of city leaders led by Andy Anderson. They were able to identify resources at the county level to be able to come in, and I know Andy touched on it earlier, but I just wanted to highlight that the funding for this position came from the county to the city, and we're really happy for that opportunity. In December, I traveled across the state to the St. Petersburg VA Regional Office, where I attended and completed the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs accreditation program, which affords me the right to legally represent our military and veteran populations before both the Departments of Defense and the Department of Veterans Affairs. Two very complex programs, and I also want to highlight again what's very unique about the city is, you know, it's one of the few cities that's providing these types of services to its residents, so we have unique opportunities here to be able to do these types of things. So with that said, one of the very first things that I do want to do, and for those of you who don't know, I'm legally blind, so you'll see me utilize these things. It's probably cruel and unusual punishment to do PowerPoint when you're blind. We'll get through it. Really quick is just a welcome home, particularly right now this week, to any Vietnam veterans that might be with us. Tonight we're commemorating the 50-year anniversary since that war, but to any and all veterans that are in the room, we welcome you home, and particularly we welcome you to Palm Bay. I'm going to go over some of my primary roles within the city at this point in time. First and foremost is going to be our Veterans Benefits team. I know typically we hear things like there's no I in team, but when you see team throughout this, I am team. So there is an I here and where we are. So our primary mission of the Palm Bay Veterans Resource Center Benefits team is to proactively serve our local veterans, active duty service members, dependents, and survivors in securing the benefits they've earned through military service. Just a quick understanding is we represent individuals in well over 160 programs that are administered by these different organizations, from the Department of Veterans Affairs, Department of Defense, Department of Labor, Social Security Administration, as well as state-specific benefits. So there's tremendous complexity in the programs that we need to have some subject matter expertise in to make sure that we are maximizing access to these benefits and getting those resources to this population of individuals. We do that through the different types of services that we provide. Another way that we're very unique in the things that we do is we offer first and foremost comprehensive benefits counseling. We sit down and actually map out with our clients. We schedule all of our appointments. They're not walk-ins, so we don't have individuals that could be sitting and waiting for hours. We schedule the time with them to first and foremost explain the system that they're about to get involved with. Again, it's a very complex system. After we've worked with them on what the expectations are going to be and how we'll represent them through those processes, we begin doing the case development. That's the claims development, preparation, and submissions. So we begin to prepare all of the documents necessary to go for the various types of benefits that might be out there, everything from cash benefits, survivor benefits, housing benefits, education benefits, and the list goes on and on. So we'll help maneuver that process and get all of those documents together for them. And then we move into the case management side. I don't know how many have heard the horror stories of what it's like dealing with the VA right now, but an initial adjudication of a claim, meaning from the moment that we process a claim for an individual, get it submitted to the Department of Veterans Affairs, we're going to look at waiting anywhere from 6 months to 18 months just to get an initial determination back from the VA. Typically those determinations are not favorable. So at that point we begin the back and forth communications on how best to represent our client populations and going back and forth. And all too often we find ourselves at the appeals stage of this level. We have 2 levels there where we can either continue to try to work with the regional office in St. Petersburg and doing DRO reviews with individuals that are senior case managers at VA, or we literally have to, at that point, file Form 9s and go up to the Board of Veterans Appeals at Washington, D.C. Once we get individuals into the appeals phase, it's an even longer process. Right now, the current wait times in that system are anywhere from 3 to 7 years. So these are individuals with disabilities that are languishing in the system, and it's one of the reasons why we see a high rate of suicide, as well as a high rate of homelessness, typically with veteran populations. Along with that, we do a lot of networking with federal, state, and local agencies, again, as well as referral for crisis intervention, making sure that we're meeting whatever the unique and specific needs are of this client population. One of the other roles that I take on, and this goes along with, I know some people have questioned and look at how do you align veterans services and what we do on the claims end around business development and the economic development wing. And we want to touch on that. So one of my other roles within the city is the Business Services Center. And the mission of the Palm Bay Veterans Resource Center business team is to help create, develop, and retain veteran-owned small business enterprises, as well as assist companies in hiring veterans first. And we'll get into this in a little bit more detail on some future slides and looking at the unique type of characteristics and skill sets that veterans bring to the community. So, why did Palm Bay decide to do this? Why do veterans matter? Why is it important for Palm Bay to get involved, not just in trying to secure the benefits for these individuals, but also with some of the business development ends of things that we're working on right now? We reviewed many studies. When I first came on, Andy tasked me with beginning to look comprehensively at the state of Florida, at national trends and things along those lines. And we've got some points up there, and first and foremost, we want to identify the fact that veterans are not a problem to be solved, but an asset in revitalizing communities. And so I pulled a little bit of statistical information so we could look at that. And what we see is after being discharged from the military service, veterans are entitled to various forms of monthly compensation. We touched on that a little bit with the benefits, so we're looking at disability compensation, pension, special monthly compensation. We look at the educational components, $30,000 alone under the new post 9/11 GI Bill that comes in, which also has some additional housing stipends and areas such as that. And one of the things that we realize is that there's also the VA home loan guarantee programs, structural alteration grants, and things along these lines that can really help us to infuse some revitalization into some of our blighted areas, as well as help to increase our home ownership. Interesting statistic we came across is that 65% of eligible veterans have not filed for their benefits. Significant amount of money that's being wasted and lost to the veteran populations as they transition out of military service. It's the best kept secret what their entitlements are. The Department of Defense nor the Department of Veterans Affairs are authorized by law to counsel individuals on what they're entitled to. So veterans go out, they depart service, they don't know, they get misinformation, and it's another reason why we've opened this office at the city level to make sure that we get expert benefits counseling in place to help make sure that those federal dollars come into our community, help to stabilize our veteran populations, and then we'll look at why we hope to be able to utilize these programs to better them and the community as a whole. One of the things that we see is that there's a tremendous multiplier effect when we capture these dollars, and I thought it was very interesting that for every dollar a veteran spends on college, which are again federal dollars coming in to our local education systems, there's a $7 impact, $7 are returned into the local community. So it's a great opportunity for us, and we want to look at how do we better incentivize these individuals, not just from Florida Institute of Technology and Eastern Florida State, the other schools, Kaiser and others that are operating. So we want to make this a destination city for veterans. So again, we look at the fact that veterans are economic assets, and when we look at this, again, it's a reason why we're aligning our veteran services team with economic development. And we realize that leadership and entrepreneurship skills gained from military service help veterans create and grow their own businesses. This is through a lot of different loan opportunities, funding opportunities that are out there. But another thing to keep in mind is if we've been able to capture some of the benefits at the front end with our benefit deliveries, our services, and capture those families are better positioned to go through some economic hard times with small business startups. They're going to have an infusion of capital coming through the VA systems to help support their families, make sure that their mortgages or their rents are being paid, so they have a greater resiliency in economic downturns. Recent reports from the Small Business Administration highlight that veterans are 45% more likely to be self-employed. It's a great opportunity for us again. And with more veterans likely to own businesses, we begin to look at, and what I utilized here was some demographics around franchisees. And what we're looking at there is some of the current statistics: 66,000 veteran-owned franchises in the U.S., employing over 815,000 Americans, $41 billion in gross domestic product just on the franchise level, so that doesn't even include the small business operations. So one of the things that I'd like to encourage our city leaders and individuals, and it's some of the initiatives that I'm working on now, is that given the critical role that small businesses play in our economy and the fact that veterans seem heavily predisposed towards entrepreneurship, and the reality that thousands of veterans call Palm Bay home, it's vital that our policymakers and economic leaders continue to think about veterans as they begin to craft and draft the various policies moving forward. And finally, as we're looking to bring bigger corporate and manufacturing operations into our community, companies truly value the commitment and service of veterans, and so they look for opportunities to locate their operations in veteran-friendly communities and where they are. So with those things said, how can Palm Bay better position itself? What are some things that Palm Bay can consider to make sure that it really does become a true premier destination for veterans as these individuals transition out of college after they've utilized their post 9/11 GI Bill benefits and start looking at the next stage in life? And so one of the things that I'd like to recommend, and I'm beginning to put the information together for council's consideration as well as staff throughout the city, is a veterans preference program. This isn't a hiring preference; those are already laws that are in the books. But these are rather contracting preferences, they're purchasing preferences, and it would add disabled veterans and wartime veterans to some of the programs that are already available at the state as well as the federal levels when we begin to look at these set-asides. And I'll say that Orlando took the lead on this, and I really think in my evaluations thus far, we should look at replicating the program that Orlando's put together. So let's see how that works. So basically what it is it's basically if two companies are equally qualified and they bid for the same city contract or whoever else we partner with and get buy-in on the preference program with, the veteran-owned business would be awarded that contract. And it just gives them an opportunity to get their business operations up and hopefully serve as a magnet to recruit additional businesses. The veteran businesses would have to go through a certification process that's already available at the state level. We would just go ahead and create a local version of that here that we'd maintain with our staff. And again, this would be a great program, and it would give these small veteran-owned businesses opportunities to land contracts here at the local level. So it's a great opportunity for us to continue to enhance the lives of these individuals. Next program that we'd look at, and we're in the process right now of getting some decals put together for your review and for your consideration, would be a business decal program. This would basically coincide with the Veterans Preference Program, and it would establish a certification and recognition program for local businesses, veteran-owned, service-disabled veteran-owned, but we'd also like the opportunity to recognize those businesses that support veterans, whether it be through discounts and things along those lines, which many of our local businesses already do. This is a great opportunity for us to get out and engage our pre-existing veteran-owned businesses and be able to get out, capture point-in-time data, see where they are, see where we could possibly improve our current service delivery at the city level. And also we're looking at the opportunity with the new Economic Development and External Affairs website to be able to capture all of this information, map it out, because one of the things that we know from statistical studies is a lot of veterans look to locate where they know they're in pro-veteran communities. So this type of opportunity and allowing these individuals to basically go through this process where we would certify them, decals would be issued to them for display on their storefronts, on their vehicles. It would be a replica of the Palm Bay City logo with some patriotic aspects to it. And again, we'd be able to put this database together, map it, and I think it's going to serve as a catalyst to help with our recruitment efforts of bringing more veteran-owned businesses in. Transition right now to probably, I think, what's been one of the greatest things that the mayor and the council's ever developed. It's really one of the most amazing models in my 20-plus years that I've ever seen, and it's the Homes for Warriors program here in Palm Bay. It's a public-private partnership between the City of Palm Bay, a not-for-profit organization, which is the Space Coast Paratroopers, a 501c3, our business partners, and the community volunteers that support the program. And I challenge anybody to find another program that replicates this anywhere, where you take a government entity, the private sector, and the community as a whole, unite all together for a common goal with no gain for anyone other than the fact that we're creating great opportunities for our wounded service members to call Palm Bay home and make sure that they're given a hand up in their transition process. I'll give a couple of quick details on where we are in the program. We currently have 4 family occupied homes. We've got 3 homes under construction right now. 2 of those homes will have ribbon cutting ceremonies, and invitations will be going out for those. Those are the Davidson and Krysak homes for May the 28th, which is Memorial Day weekend. We'll be planning not just the standard ribbon cutting, but since those 2 homes are co-located, we'll be doing a volunteer appreciation ceremony out there. So we'll have a barbecue, some small entertainment. There could be a national presence of media and folks organize that. Additionally, we have a 3rd home that's currently under construction, and that's going to be the Bush family. I'm happy to report that Sergeant Bush has recently been released from Walter Reed National Medical Center in Washington, D.C., and he'll be calling our area home here in the next several weeks. I wanted to thank Tammy and Space Coast Realtors. They've worked very, very diligently on our behalf to identify and help transition our families into short-term rental opportunities as they await their homes being built and put together. So these are the projects we just talked about. Space Coast Paratroopers Association right now is generously gifting. It states up there 5. There's been a total of 6 additional properties that are with the title company right now that will be donated to the City of Palm Bay to make sure that we can continue the program. And I know funding's already been allocated for additional builds. So we'll actually have 7 homes under construction here in the very near future to help out these individuals. And we're currently in the selection process for families for those homes. Outreach and awareness is an important role for us as well. I'm going to sing the mayor's praises. Yet again, the mayor challenged me when I first came in, and one of his charges was that he wanted to ensure that Palm Bay sooner rather than later could proclaim an end to veterans homelessness here in the community. We've been working together with Florida Institute of Technology, with several of the department chairs out there to develop our different policy and procedure manuals. And what we've recently acquired, again, the paratroopers have acquired property through donations that are going to be gifted again over to the city for the development and construction of a transition center. So we're doing the feasibility studies on these centers right now. We want to be able to offer everything from 30, 60, 90-day emergency transitional housing to gender-specific housing as we see the increase in women veterans, both in the military and in our veteran populations. We want to make sure that we're meeting their needs. And also where we have a significant need throughout the entire county is bridge housing for families. Most family units are forced to separate should they need emergency shelter and emergency housing. So we want to make sure that we're meeting all those needs, and the mayor and all of his efforts up in Washington has been able to connect us with representatives at the federal level with the Department of Housing and Urban Development. We're expanding those relationships. We're looking at some unique state-level funding initiatives, as well as partnering with our traditional in-kind folks here at the community, and a few foundation grants we'll be writing towards. Along with the Transition Center is going to be a Veterans Garden project, another initiative that we've been looking at, working with FIT, Eastern Florida State, the Ag Center out of Cocoa and others. This will make sure that we're not just providing housing without any opportunity for individuals, but we're going to do everything within this program from certified organic farming initiatives. We're looking at very unique opportunities with those initiatives, Earthbox technology, which literally we could, go out in the parking lot and develop a farm right out in the parking lot with these self-contained growth systems. We'd like to be able to get those up and operational, some hydroponic and aquaponic opportunities, some solar and renewable energies will be involved in both of these projects, and all of those will have a training component for individuals that are participating. We'll be working on this program with homeless veterans throughout the area. We'll also be dealing with individuals that are looking at reentry programs. We unfortunately have a high level of incarcerated veterans as a result of the recent conflicts, multiple deployments, some issues around over-medication and or self-medication to deal with some of the traumas of war, and we want to make sure that we're providing second chance opportunities for these individuals to integrate back into society and be proactive members of our community. So we've got a lot going on with those initiatives. The Palm Bay Never Forgotten Memorial, it's going to be another public-private partnership. The city has generously donated land down at Veterans Park, and we'll be looking to self-fund or privately fund that initiative, so you'll be seeing more information around that. It's a Veterans walk that'll be located down at the park and recognizes all those that have served in our nation's military from the local area and pay tribute to those. This will have no impact on the city. It'll be self-maintained, similar to the way things are done in Washington, D.C. If you're not aware, monuments such as the Vietnam Wall are maintained. When I was working up in D.C. every Saturday morning, we'd go down and wash the wall and police the grounds. And so we'll deploy a similar approach to the Palm Bay Never Forgotten Memorial, as all the veterans organizations throughout the community will ensure that we maintain and take care of that monument. And then just to show how our department kind of works together and with the community, we've got an upcoming opportunity to partner on an upcoming fishing tournament. That's the CCA Star Tournament. If you haven't heard about it, just really briefly, it's a 100-day tournament that runs from Memorial Day through Labor Day. They're offering $500,000 in prizes, and we're going to be able to offer a small 3-day tournament within the tournament where our individuals will be able to compete for those prizes, but it'll also help draw awareness to Palm Bay as another destination for these different types of activities and such. Moving forward and coming towards the end, I wanted to thank again the proactive leadership of the mayor and the council members. The future is bright for Palm Bay's veterans, and I'm happy to say that. We're really looking forward to that. The major factor that we're dealing with right now, those of you that haven't had an opportunity to visit our office, we're currently located up in the city manager's office on the 3rd floor. It's pretty difficult for individuals that are confined to wheelchairs. We have elderly individuals with an increased aging population, so power chairs, manual chairs, walkers, respiratory issues. We're just seeing a lot of folks, obviously the flights of stairs. We have an elevator system. There's always concern with failure of equipment and what we do in those types of situations. So space for us is a real issue, and it's something that we're hoping that we can be able to identify. And finally, another big reason around the space is we have unique opportunities to become a host site for the VA Work Study Program. And that program is a phenomenal opportunity for us as we can bring in support staff into the Veterans Resource Center to provide admin services, case development. They'd be able to work directly with us. The Department of Veterans Affairs would pay their salaries, so there'd be no impact to the city. We'd also have the opportunity to house veteran service officers, all the different organizations throughout the community, the American Legions, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the Disabled American Veterans all have volunteer service officers looking for opportunities and locations to operate in. We'd be able to bring them in to, again, help to augment our services. We could really fully staff a Veterans Resource Center with many, many different individuals, as well as with our upcoming business outreach initiatives, if we were able to identify, preferably ground floor space with a little bit of additional operation space. So with that said, I thank you all for indulging me this evening. Thank you all for your continued support, and look forward to working with you all in the future.
I guess we're done. Next, Barbara with our community information.
Hi guys. My name is Karen Barber. I'm the Community Information Coordinator. And in case you're wondering, yes, I am a millennial.
You said it. She said it.
So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what I do for the city and how it impacts our economic development. I got excited. Now I was pretty mad. I messed up. There we go. Okay. So really my job is to tell the story of the city, our successes, our challenges, and we've heard tonight that there's been a lot of successes, and so I've been very busy since I took over the role in December. I have lots to talk about. There's never a dull moment. I do assist all the members in our department with helping to develop communication and marketing strategies for their projects and initiatives, as well as several other departments in the city. I'm getting the information out. It's crucial to our economic development process. If somebody wants to come here, they need to know what's going on, and we're going to do that through our outreach, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So I do work with our local and national media. That's part of my job. I provide up-to-date information on just things of public interest, the good news. And then I do also work with our local and national media in terms of the bad news as well. I am on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for our emergency services department should a major incident arise. Our web presence, I'm part of that as well. So I work closely with our webmaster as well as our graphics artist. We work to create timely and relevant content that talks about what's going on in the city. So you can see here, we kind of spotlighted our volunteer cops program, our juniors to jobs, some other things happening. In April, we do have a survey actually that launches tomorrow for our residents and our business owners. We're trying to just get some feedback. So that's available. We're also going to have some staff out at First Friday, and they'll have some iPads available, give residents an opportunity to do those surveys as well. Also, we do have a brand new economic development website that will be coming here, and I'm part of the design and development and implementation of that. Part of our web presence is definitely our social media. This is really another 24/7 aspect of my job, because just like our traditional media, this never sleeps. Somebody's always talking, but that's a great place to get information out to our residents. I actually was able to use it as an effective tool for things like our emergency response. We had the larger fire out near Cogan a couple weeks ago. It was great to be able to use that to get it out to residents. Also, our local partners like the Brevard EOC were able to share information very quickly. And then we talk about some of our good news as well. A roads project, some of the great stuff we're doing. And then, of course, our most popular post ever. It pollened last night, over 970 shares. I rack my brain daily for creative content, but this is what they want. But anyway, social media is just a great opportunity to provide a clear and concise message and just reach people quickly, and that's part of my position. Okay. Currently, I am working, we have a partnership with the Hometown News. We do a bi-weekly column, Talk of the Bay. Part of my responsibility is either writing the column for that edition or at least editing it with whichever member of our staff has written the column for that week. And then we all are also working on updating our community guide. I think Nancy might have touched on it a little bit earlier. One idea is maybe to partner with the chamber so we can get this out more frequently and really effectively. Part of my job is to do just some of the other publications for the city, including we're going to do some updated economic development publications, stuff that we can get out to the residents here soon. So we can't really tell the story without photo and video content, and this is really an important part of sharing what's happening in the city. Throughout the week and on the weekends, I do attend various city events and functions to document what's happening. Currently, I serve as the primary photographer and videographer for the city. I've been lucky enough to have some of our staff who have gone above and beyond to assist me in doing video and taking pictures, but it is challenging to more than one place at a time, and we have a lot going on, and we're only going to get bigger, so that's a challenge that I'm going to be working on. So I wanted to give you a little bit about what I do in the course of a day. So a typical, anybody doesn't know, a typical day for me is maybe I might start out with a phone interview about our roads program, to publish and manage social media posts, monitor them, film and edit a video, attend a planning meeting for our city event. So that's a typical day. A typical day with a major media event means I'm managing media calls, texts, and emails. This is 24/7, so this can start at any time. Communicating simultaneously with our investigators, records department, and others. Writing a press release and updating it as needed. Coordinating press conferences and on-camera interviews. Monitoring the story as it develops, making sure that we're getting our side of the story out. I attended a training in February where I was actually lucky enough to hear from the PIO for the Public Information Officer for Ferguson, Missouri, and he really drove home the point that we have to stay on top of our message and we need to always make sure that we're telling our side. And I think the biggest part of my job is always getting that information out there, whether it's great news about economic development or some sort of emergency or crisis. But so that's a typical day with a major media event, so I'll do all that, plus all the other stuff that you saw on that other slide. So I can get kind of busy. So my goal really is to improve public perception, and we're going to do that in a lot of ways. We talked about things tonight like safety and economic development and growth, and so I'm trying to tell all those stories and make sure people have that information. I want to expand reach through media, increase our visual content, and I want to make Palm Bay a destination city, and that's the picture that I'm constantly trying to paint. I've been in this position since December, so I still have lots to do and learn, but I think so far we're doing a wish list for you. I know, but I don't get up here very much, or maybe my only time after night. But so, as I mentioned, a big part of what I do is how important it is. And I'm only one person, and we only have one camera, and so a support staff, upgraded equipment, or additional really help me share that message and get that out there. And then marketing and advertising dollars. Right now, when I want to get a message out, I go to our website, I go to our Facebook page, and maybe if we have time, there's a publication. But I'd love to go beyond that. I really would like to work with Andy on getting our message out there and bringing people here, whether it's a business or a family or millennials. But, so that's all. Thank you.
I don't know if you guys, I'm not a morning person at all, and so when I walk in, I'm automatically happy, like by 9 a.m. That's never happened in my professional career. They're just so... That is next, our special events card.
Good evening. My name is Josh Hudak. I'm the Special Events Coordinator for the City of Palm Bay. What I do for the city is I put on their special events, work with other departments and outside promoters to try to bring large concerts to Palm Bay. Do a lot of marketing and promotions to make sure that each event is successful. Again, we're trying to make Palm Bay a destination city. We do this by partnering with stakeholders and businesses. My first event was the New Year's Eve event with Molly Hatchett. See the mayor up down the ball, we had over 5,000 in attendance. The thing we did took over the First Friday by the Bay event. Tomorrow we actually have our April event with and the Believers. Next month we have a fan favorite from last year's First Friday event, Makaya Band. Next month we have Trey Pierce and the T-Stone Band. Trey Pierce is a four-time Grammy-winning artist. Also, we're holding the First Friday at the Bay at Celebration Square. It's a property that and beautified. We work with all the departments with doing special events. Without them, I couldn't be able to get all the events done in time, and it'd be very costly without them, so we thank them. Nonprofit organizations, the Space Coast Paratroopers, the Brevard Humane Society, SOAP, which actually runs our kids zone at our events. Brevard Schools, we had Jarrett Blake from The Voice perform at Bayside High last month. Palm Bay Chamber. What's next? I mentioned a little bit about the First Friday events. We got them all coming all the way through. In August, we have a Beatles tribute coming. A lot of people like the Beatles, even kids today like the Beatles. In September, Palm Bay Day, that was a thing I grew up attending. It was myself and my family. It's going to be an all-day event. It's going to have a large kids zone, all days worth of music. November 4th, we're going to do the Tough Mudder pre-party. Artist Bob Marley's The Original Wailers. That will be a great event. There'll be people, we'll have a lot of vendors for that. And then October, we're going to featuring Creedence Revisited. They average 5,000 to 7,000 people, which means that this band cannot perform within 100 miles of Palm Bay, so we'll be targeting people who travel to Palm Bay to attend this concert. We'll put a concert with sponsors and vendors. It'll be a 3-day festival with CCR performing on Saturday. We'll have a great economic impact with all those people traveling to Palm Bay. Nonprofits involved with that will also benefit from the concert. Palm Bay Expo. We're in negotiations with the United States Air Force to utilize 300 of the on the road on Minton Road. We're looking to bring major events here. We're looking to host large events as well as attract large events like Lollapalooza, Runaway Country. Outdoor venue in the state of Florida. 1,000 people look like at a concert. North Florida concert with 25,000 people. 70% of those people traveled more than an hour to $1.4 million into the local economy. 1,600 people would be interested in revisiting the city, not for a concert, and check the city out. 60% of them were between age 25 and 34. Average income averaging $35,000 to $65,000. Kind of and bringing these large events to the city of Palm Bay would give the city a competitive cities. It makes Palm Bay a destination city, which would have all these large festivals and people to come here just for events. People come from Melbourne, which would be important for hotels and jobs.
I'm not going to pull it up because I know it's getting late at night, but you know we're working on the EDEA targeted for site selectors and also people who want to visit. One thing we've learned, people want their information now. They're very impatient. They don't want to go to the city parks and rec or look for it. So we're going to put that in one special site. Our Councilman Holden found Visit Palm Bay was available. I should say that, not somebody's gonna buy it. So, the business survey, like I said, I'm not gonna pull it up for y'all tonight. The resident survey will start on at the first Friday. We'll have people out with iPads. Another way for us to get a benchmark on what we're doing right or what we want to make maintain businesses more important. To get that feedback from the existing businesses, and we're going to have hopefully the those again from our business community. That I talked about is that I think it is really appropriate with our economic development. Or you want me to just go over what it is briefly? Okay, so it's a database of autism-friendly venues. Appropriate because, as we know, autism, and for us to be able to promote those businesses who serve those, it's kind of like the veterans thing we want to do. I think development. Anyways, he'll be having a meeting Monday, April 11th, 7:30. Ahead, we keep saying a marketing of the city is a fundamental economic development, and resources are limited. No resources really for quick closing. And as mentioned by Greg Weimer, this is the governors. It comes down to local communities to be able to do those. Find a way to do it, or we get left behind because in recruitment of businesses. Here's going back to the budget, everything that's obligated. We throw in there. This is what for the remainder of the year for any $4,000. Fault. I mean, they're just telling you. But Karen reminds me. And I don't know if you have any questions on comment cards or how you want to handle them there.
Okay, what we're going to do is allow council, like we usually do with workshop, allow the council to ask questions. Do you have any questions? Not all jump. Whoever wants to go first.
I'd like comments, Mayor, if that's okay.
Hopefully it's getting late.
Compared to other communities, or county or Central Florida, you have, as the director, is it common for underneath them?
The number of people is not uncommon. Probably I think they have 5 people. Marketing person, and the thing that I stress is a lot of stuff and put in a lot of fire, but then they also have a marketing professional. They have a marketing professional that handles legislative and city meetings. A separate fire and police. We are fortunate because as a city have learned to have to be frugal, that under one place for now. Pretty common expenditure-wise. For about the same height. I think we should be very proud that we do it for.
Thank you, and a lot of grass with me, but I do like to think philosophically. You're probably very familiar with the parable of the coins and how the first servant was and the last one won. They invested and they went out and they the one that the person only had one, if you remember. If you remember, 5 doubled, only 2 doubled. Form and said to the one who buried that you're slothful, sponge. And, you know, we're public servants. So I look at the situation and, you know, philosophically, as passion, not in reality. And you may know a lot about it. Basically, is nothing. What happens is back in the 60s when they really started working on them. They took some of the stem cells and they put them in a different petri. They turned into skeleton. The same group, the same ones in the beginning. There. So the environment tells it what to be. Less than 1 year ago, and we amazing talent we have. But we've changed the environment. And you can see that we're moving on. Councilman Bailey talk about, and I and our city manager with you. And tonight we were able to see that we're moving in the right direction. That being said, it's an extremely competitive environment. My parable of talent. But as we move forward in the budget and that we invest as public servants, we do our job.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Down the line, and I'll go next here. I'm going to say a job well done, very exhaustive. I can only imagine all the hard work that went into it. And trying, but it was very, certainly a presentation. And if I just want to go back to the part here. I ask you in terms of incentives.
How about the tax abate? I'm working on that. Can't tell you the project. That city in Florida. Tech company. Zone in North Brevard. Stipend at the end of to help out $50,000. We'll just use that. I compete. And win that project for jobs that pay $1,000. Anybody. So I'm not going any further on this project. Non-disclosures. You guys, whether that sounds years, we'll say we'll put 5% in cash, utility hookup, but we go after incentives.
So utility, I guess other services.
I don't know if it's legal today, but I wonder if or federal. When it was federal things like our that's 50 county level and you
Absolutely. That we did or something like that. And we, can't fit all. So maybe that's something more in program. Certain situation would be
economic development. Handy. Doing those things without.
is. I just want to is the thing. And we heard main development families growth, more changing support and effort about it. Being aware uh, to that just wanted to first event made some one of the things veterans acknowledge I think veterans would love uh, I all the rep- around a piece of Palm Bay we'll go this is all everything town Neogen doesn't have improved direction and knowledge mandate
My whole enough.
job.